Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Good morning, everyone. To start our morning, it gives me the great pleasure to welcome His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Cabinet Member, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, to our summit. It is my absolute honor to invite His Excellency to the stage to deliver opening remarks on behalf of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, Chairwoman of the General Women's Union, President of the Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood, and Supreme Chairwoman for the Family Development Foundation.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor and privilege to convey to you the greetings and special welcome of the mother of our nation, Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak. Her Highness Sheikha Fatima sends her best wishes for you, for your success at this conference. As the mother of the nation, Her Highness Sheikha Fatima has promoted the education of women, recognized their achievements, and inspired their success. She is a distinguished leader and has support not only for education, but also health, family development, and human welfare in the UAE, the region, and the world. Her vision for the future is positive and optimistic and demands that we all work to our full potential and endeavor to leave the world in a better state than we found it. Sheikha Fatima has always contended that women deserve the right to develop their full potential. She has acted on the conviction that communities will best succeed when the women of those communities are employing their knowledge, skill, insight, and energy in the professions, in business, in the art, in industry, in education, in science, and technology. In short, in every human endeavor to include the raising of children jointly with their spouse. It is always my distinct honor and privilege to express our pride in her enlightened leadership. The United Arab Emirates, the region, and the world have benefited greatly from her vision and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Highness Sheikha Fatima has sent a special message to your conference. This is notably significant. It shows her confidence in your work and her desire for your work to result in useful actions. It affirms our country's strong commitment to human development, our community, and our commitment to women's rights and to nurturing their leadership abilities. It also emphasizes our commitment to global dialogue, peaceful coexistence, and the exchange of ideas across cultures and borders. It is now my honor to read Her Highness's message to you on her behalf. Excellencies, distinguished guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Expo 2020 Dubai. I extend my warmest greetings to all of you. I give a special welcome to our eminent guests and speakers. All of you honor us with your presence. We appreciate your participation very much. I'm confident that your experience will be fruitful and enjoyable. Your work today at Expo 2020 Dubai promises to be full of innovative, new ideas. At the Expo, we all hope for a new day where our top priorities are to provide the basic needs of safety, dignity, and equality to all human beings. At the Expo, we call on all members of the human race to take up the banner of peace and the preservation of human well-being. It is a call to continue to work together for a sustainable future and to appreciate the important role of knowledge, culture, science, and technology in our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that you have assembled in celebration of this year's International Women's Day to discuss and ultimately create a private sector strategy for the economic empowerment of women. I see there's a flickering light saying 000. Do they want me to stop the speech or what? That's okay. See, there's a big screen that says 000. So is it okay? Thank you. I just thought that you had enough of my speech. And if it was mine, I would have stopped, but it's not mine. It's the mother of a nation, Her Highness. Economic development is a vital part of the UN's larger Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. I also believe that achieving Goal 5 will add significantly to our ability to address the other 16 Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. To be sure, reaching Goal 5 will require the dedication and the effort of all local and global leaders, leaders from governments, from businesses, communities, and the media. I am confident that you will develop a practical, reasonable, and morally sound strategy for the private sector economic empowerment of women. It is the powerful combination of your practicality, your reason, and your moral convictions that has led you to identify the overwhelming importance of Goal 5. I readily recognize those attributes because they marked the man who united the Emirates 50 years ago, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, God bless his soul. He was a tireless proponent of education for both women and men because he understood how education leads to fulfilling work, the kind of work that promotes intellectual and physical well-being and builds a prosperous, cooperative, equitable, and peaceful society. I have no difficulty in imagining Sheikh Zayed declaring that he aimed to end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls, to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls, to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels, to enhance the use of technology, to promote the empowerment of women, and to adopt sound policies and laws that promote gender equality. Of course, you will recognize these declarations as the main targets of Goal 5 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In the UAE, we know that the empowerment of women is important to the future of our country. Without the complete participation of our nation's women, we will not reach our maximum potential. It is a joint responsibility of all institutions of society, the UAE society, and societies elsewhere, to support women's full participation in all aspects of their communities. This conference responds to that responsibility, and your participation in it affirms that you are determined to lead in the economic and social development of your societies. I note with great interest that your conference today has a focus on the role of the private sector in empowering women. The private sector is, by necessity, endowed with initiative and good ideas. Businesses have a responsibility to help enrich the lives of everyone who lives and works in their communities. Businesses are expected to form useful partnerships with other segments of society to advance shared goals and objectives. They have a responsibility to help women become more educated and fully empowered. Women around the globe must be equipped to cope with the changing conditions in society and in the world, and to provide leadership in meeting the challenges presented by such changes. We must work together to help women gain a better understanding of themselves and the world in which they live, so they can provide initiatives for its improvements. Private business also have an important role in employing women. This issue is very important to me. Women in our country and in many other countries constitute the majority of the graduates from colleges and universities. Their employment in the private sector should be an attractive career choice and can bring valuable perspectives and contributions to the private companies that employ them. The productive employment of women is a way to ensure their full participation in the economic and social life of their countries. For the private sector employment of women to succeed, every private sector employer must actively and aggressively recruit and employ women graduates. Employers must seek out qualified women as employees and provide them with the mentorship important for their success. Companies and business leaders are expected to sponsor work-based learning experiences for female college and university students and help them define the skills required in the workplace. Private business can also play an important role and helping women entrepreneurs in creating their own companies. We believe that partnership offers an attractive career choice for women. Of course, it is necessary to address the barriers they face in pursuing entrepreneurship, particularly access to financing and the needs for dedicated coaches and mentors. Achieving progress toward gender equality requires enormous effort. The action that you are taking here today exemplify that what is needed. Adopting the targets of Goal 5, establishing implementation partnerships with key business partners, recognizing exemplary leadership through awards, or prioritizing gender equality on the corporate agenda are all important initiatives in empowering women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for being part of this vital work. You, community leaders, must continue to work together to address affirm these essential goals and to change mindsets. We must work together to remove social and economic barriers. We need to mentor and nurture young women, not just in schools and colleges, but throughout their whole careers. We must ensure that women can advance in their lives so that more women are in positions to lead. And we must help young women set their sights so high that they will never be held down by a glass ceiling. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your principles, your wisdom, and your resolve. The future well-being of our planet depends on the commitment and actions of all of us. Thank you for helping to move women and men toward that glorious end. Good luck with your discussions and deliberations. Thank you very much, and a happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words. We are honored from your presence at our summit. And now, to go on with today's program, Your Excellency, Anita Bhatia, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, distinguished guests, friends and partners of UN Women, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UN Women Sdg5 Summit. My name is Melanie Lapointe. I am a consultant at UN Women, and I focus my work on empowering women entrepreneurs. It is my absolute pleasure to be your master of ceremony for today's summit. We are gathered here at Expo, a beacon of hope for humanity, where dialogues on how to shape our efforts for a better future have been the focus of the past months. Having celebrated International Women's Day yesterday, UN Women is convening this summit to ensure that we translate the great momentum into tangible actions for a better future for all. Many of you here today are proactive champions of the Sustainable Development Goals. At UN Women, we believe SDG 5 on gender equality to be the intersecting goal that impacts the success of them all. For when women prosper, it's a win-win for all. Societies prosper, and the world becomes a better place for everyone. To start today, I am thrilled to unveil the official UN Women International Women's Day 2022 theme. Gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow. And on that note, I invite you all to have a look at the video of the official International Women's Day campaign of 2022.
Earth, our only home. Invaluable, but not invulnerable. Are we too late to save it? Climate change is making our world more dangerous, more fragile, more unequal. In these uncertain times, women and girls face a disproportionate threat of displacement, poverty, and violence. But women and girls are also a powerful force in climate action, as innovators in green energy, as defenders of the environment, and as educators of our generation and the next. Gender equality is not just a woman's issue, it's the path to our survival. So it's not too late to invest in climate action by and for women. Not too late to empower women entrepreneurs and decision makers at home. Not too late to give voice and power to this next generation of Earth's champions. It's not too late to demand commitments to build an equal and enduring future for all. Championing climate action by and for women and girls is the key to saving our planet. Join the fight for gender equality today, so that together we can create a sustainable tomorrow. It's not too late.
As we have seen from the video, there is a great commitment, yet there is so much that needs to be done. That being said, these challenges cannot be addressed by governments alone. They need a concerted effort by all, and this is why we are here today. UN Women organized this summit to drive dialogues and engagement on opportunities, as well as to enhance collaboration with the private sector. Today is not about the past, rather about how to build a sustainable future for everyone. Today we will look at both barriers and opportunities to shape a better future. We will hear the vision and perspectives of senior leaders and decision makers from across sector on how the future should look like for women and girls. We will also discuss women entrepreneurs' access to capital and market opportunities, gender's lens investment and their development in the MENA region. We know that to support women's economic empowerment, women entrepreneurship plays a key role. In addition, we will discuss cultural barriers, leadership mindset, and organizational culture, as well as the key role men and boys have to play in the advancement of SDG5. We believe that these are key factors to lead the transformation needed to achieve gender equality and to empower women and girls at work, in schools, and in our communities. With that in mind, to debut our impressive program, it is my absolute delight to welcome to the stage Her Excellency Anita Bhatia, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, who is joining us all the way from the United States to inaugurate this summit.
Good morning, Excellencies, esteemed members of the Emirates government, ladies and gentlemen, private sector partners, members of the media, colleagues and friends. It is really a great pleasure for me to be with you here today to inaugurate the Sdg5 Summit on behalf of UN Women. And how fitting that we are doing this at Expo 2020 Dubai, the most inclusive expo in the history of the world to date. Let's have a round of applause for that. It is also very befitting that we are marking this occasion on International Women's Day. What better day to commemorate our joint commitment to the achievement of SDG 5, the docking SDG for achieving all other SDGs. As we heard so eloquently from Sheikh Nahyan, it is absolutely vital to pay attention and close attention to the achievement of SDG 5, because without that, no country, he reminded us, can achieve its full potential. Why, you might ask, do we spend time thinking about SDG 5 through a commemoration like International Women's Day? And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is that in spite of all the extraordinary progress that we have seen worldwide in the achievement of SDG 5, we still have a long way to go. When we look at what has been achieved in the last 25 years, we can take pride in the fact that we have seen important and significant achievements in the area of access to education for girls, in the area of women's health, where there have been sharp and notable decreases in maternal mortality deaths. We can take pride in the fact that there is greater representation of women in public life and in private life, And we can take pride in the fact that, as the Sheikh reminded us, in fact, today, in many fields, we have more women graduates than male graduates. So we can be very happy about all these accomplishments. But then we have to look at the baseline of where we started and what the situation of women in the world is today, not in terms that are relative to where we started, but in absolute terms. So I'd like to share with you some facts and figures that I hope will influence your thinking about your contribution to gender equality. First, let me remind you all that today, in spite of all of the progress that has been made, 49 countries in the world still have laws that do not, I repeat, have any sanctions for domestic violence. We still have only 25% of parliamentarians worldwide who are women. We have less than 10% of heads of state or heads of government who are women. And the first CEO, the first female CEO on Wall Street was appointed just 2 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in 2022, not in 1822. And as a result, we must ask ourselves what we can do to push on this agenda so that we see results in our lifetime. And here, I would like to acknowledge the role of government. And I can tell you that the example set by the United Arab Emirates government in creating an enabling environment for gender equality through the leadership of the Mother of the Nation, Her Excellency Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, sets a framework that is a model for others to follow, because it epitomizes leadership from the very top. It sets very clear direction for the country as a whole to focus on gender equality. It makes clear through events like the Expo that this is not just about nice words, but it is about actions. We have never had an Expo with a women's pavilion of the sort that we have at Expo 2020 Dubai. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to be in a country which is living its commitment to gender equality. At the United Nations in New York, the United Arab Emirates is today on the Security Council. And I can tell you that you can be very proud of the fact that the United Arab Emirates uses its position on the Security Council to raise the issue, the important issue of women, peace, and security, and the work to support women, peace, and security initiatives, not just here, but as a leader in the region, but also globally. This is the kind of leadership that governments must provide if they are serious about pushing on the gender equality agenda. But we also know that the job of gender equality is much too complex to be achieved by governments alone. There must be a public-private partnership to get this done. And here's where the role of the private sector becomes extremely important. What can the private sector do, you might ask? And I will say the private sector can do a lot of things. So let me mention 5 things that the private sector can do if it is really serious about gender equality. The first is to recognize that women's lives have changed because of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, things were difficult, and now, for many women, things are much more difficult because many women have had to leave the labor force, and many women found themselves during the pandemic with an extraordinary care burden because children were at home, were being schooled, and the burden of that care fell on the women. So the private sector can recognize that this is an issue, and it can create flexible working conditions for women. It can provide care facilities, it can provide paid leave, and it can provide paid parental leave, not just to women, but also to men. Second, the private sector can recognize that there is something called violence against women and have policies in the company that are very clear that there is zero tolerance for violence against women, and that they will provide support to those women in their organization who may be victims of violence against women. Third, they can recruit more female talent. It is really important for companies to make a very specific effort to attract and retain female talent. And fourth, they can promote female talent, because it is not enough just to employ women. It is important to groom them, to mentor them, and to ensure that when you get to the top of an organization, that it looks like the world, 50-50. And let me tell you that today, the world is a place where the top leadership of most companies is still predominantly male. And if we want to change that, it is going to take very conscious effort on the part of private sector leaders. And fifth, it is really important, and this may sound very obvious, ladies and gentlemen, but the truth is we are not anywhere close to achieving equal pay for equal work for men and women, because women still earn 77 cents to the dollar for the dollar that every man earns. I think we want to change that. Can we have a round of applause for that? So if the private sector undertakes these very specific actions, I think we can, working between the public and the private sector, achieve a gender-equal world. But there's one last commitment that I think we all need to make on the occasion of International Women's Day. And that is to bring a sense of urgency to this agenda. Why do I say that? The estimates before the pandemic were that it would take 99 years to close the gender gap. After the pandemic, it will take 136 years. We, ladies and gentlemen, have actually gone back on gender equality. So if we want to see gender equality not in our lifetimes, but perhaps in our daughters' lifetimes, we're going to have to move faster. The current rate of change is simply not fast enough. But your presence here today gives me great hope that you are all committed to working towards gender equality, because otherwise you would not be here to partake in these discussions and these deliberations on how to move the needle for something that is not just a human right, but is the smart thing to do. I have said many times over the last few weeks and months that nobody picks up a book and reads only half a book. Well, you shouldn't anyway. So why would a country look at all of its resources, or why would a company look at all of its resources and decide to use the potential of just half of them? That makes no sense, not from a moral perspective and not from a business perspective. So not only is gender equality a good thing to do, it is the right thing to do to build a sustainable planet. We know that climate change, crisis, conflict, fragility, complexity are the norm in the world today. And if we want to build a more just, peaceful, and inclusive world where conflict is on the decline and not on the rise, where every human being can fulfill their God-given potential, the only way to do it is to focus on equality. I would like to end by just saying that it is wonderful that we celebrate International Women's Day, but International Women's Days come and go. I think we have to ask ourselves, what kind of a world would we like to see when we have the next International Women's Day? Will we see more women in leadership positions? Will we see more women in parliament? Will we see more women sitting in the C-suite of companies? What kind of a world do we want to envisage? And what kind of a world do we want to leave to our children? That, in the end, is what should drive our aspirations for gender equality. I'd like to thank the wonderful individuals who have made this event possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank Her Excellency Noura Al-Suwaidi of the General Women's Union, because her tireless efforts make it possible for our UN Women team here to be able to implement its programs with enthusiasm, and her leadership and her unwavering commitment to the gender equality agenda. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I would also like to thank my team, Dr. Musa Al-Shahi, please stand, and the rest of the team that is here today, because it's one thing when we are sitting in New York to be able to talk by Zoom, which is what we have been doing for the last 2.5 years, to understand what is going on, but it is one thing to come here and to see that work in action. So I really want to thank you and the team for the work here. And I want to end just by saying that UN Women, which was founded 10 years ago, is the newest, but perhaps the most important entity in the United Nations system. And you'll forgive me for that. But we are a small agency relative to the others, partly because we are new, but we are the only agency in the entire global multilateral system with a singular focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. I think that makes us very important. But it also means that we cannot get, because we are small and powerful, we can do this work really well if we do it in partnership. So I really want to thank, again, the government of the United Arab Emirates for its exemplary leadership on this. But I also want to thank today all the private sector partners who are here today, because each and every one of you is trying in your own way to role model the aspirations of gender equality. I truly believe that working in partnership between the United Nations, the government, and the private sector, that we can make magic happen. So let's make magic happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for these very inspiring remarks as well as crucial reminders. And now, it is my honor to present to you a recorded message with the opening remarks of Her Royal Highness Princess Laula Al Faisal from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of IFAT University.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين وخاتم النبيين ورحمة الله للعالمين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. The Sdg5's goal to achieve gender equality and empower all females and girls will need us to go beyond these March 8th festivities. I am honored to be here today to help drive the discourse about gender equality forward. I thank all the representatives from the public and business sectors, academia and media, non-governmental organizations, and various women's groups from across the world for being with us today. Gender equality has a long and challenging road ahead of it. It truly is a global economic issue. To begin, let me acknowledge that a lot of progress has been achieved toward gender equality in the last 25 years. According to a report published by the Women Business Law Index 1, 274 laws and regulations have been enacted over the past decade to ensure that more women have equal access to opportunity and economic development, enacting anti-sexual harassment legislation and requiring financial institutions to treat all customers equally are just a few examples of this progress. Equally encouraging, the number of female CEOs and other top executives has consistently risen worldwide, as women's entrepreneurial engagement has risen. By 2019, a record number of female CEOs were elected, with 33 of the world's most profitable firms being managed by a female CEO for the first time ever. Global governments have a history of advancing gender equality through international cooperation. But this requires more than just government laws and proceedings, as seen by the widening gender gap. Many other factors, such as social, cultural, and economic issues, also contribute to the problem of inequality between men and women across the globe. At the current rate, it will take more than 100 years to close the gender gap around the world. According to a World Economic Forum report, this is an issue that affects us all, and the commercial sector must help us solve it. Everyone should be able to take advantage of the potentially enormous economic benefits of this socially imperative transformation. Companies may take gender equality forward quickly if they are proactive in recognizing and preventing inequities in both their governance structure and their hiring strategy. There are several pressing issues that need to be addressed. The reduction of gender inequality must be a fundamental impetus for the development and achievement of sustainable development goals by the business sector. As of today, women make up only 38.8% of the world's workforce, hold just 27% of management roles, and sit on just 26% of OECD countries' publicly listed company boards. In terms of the economy, these discrepancies prevent or restrict women from entering the workforce, progressing their careers, securing finance for their businesses. It is estimated that there is a $300 billion US dollar yearly financing deficit for small businesses controlled by women. Access to capital and credit must be made available through banks and other financial organizations. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's second largest pavilion at the expo site is aimed to showcase its message of openness at all levels of investment, tourism, and culture to create a better future for all. As a result of this message, Saudi Arabia has seen a significant shift in its workforce. There's no denying that Saudi women are grabbing the attention of the globe. Gender equality is quickly becoming a reality in Saudi Arabia. It has improved significantly since 2017, according to a World Bank report, which placed the country as one of the top reformers and improvers among 190 countries. Women's involvement in the labor force in Saudi Arabia has risen from 17.4% in the first quarter of 2017 to a record high of 33.8% in the second quarter of 2021. According to the Saudi General Authority of Statistics, their employment rate has also climbed by 13% during this time. The Saudi government's Vision 2030 lists economic equality for women as a top priority, which may explain the sudden uptick in progress in this area. In 2009, 14% of Saudi women over the age of 15 were employed primarily in government, while only 8.5% were employed in the private sector. They now account for a third of the private sector's workforce. Saudi women, like all women across the world, need to begin their careers at the highest levels of private institutions. Women now have the credentials and expertise to take on leadership positions. These institutions' CEOs can help to foster a more open workplace culture and shift the collective corporate mindset, which in turn will help to create a more resilient economy that is more diverse and more dependent on a younger emerging generation ready to seize the limitless opportunities that lie ahead. This all begins with education. With 22 years under its belt, Afsat University has made significant strides in achieving gender parity in Saudi Arabia's educational landscape. Institutionally, Afsat University has become a model institution for women's empowerment thanks to the presence of female leaders at all levels of governance, from the chair of the Board of Trustees to the president. Afsat's 3,000 plus female graduates over the years make it an excellent source of talent for both government and private sector. 1 in 5 students who graduated from our program has been promoted to senior management positions in government and commercial organizations. Empowering women is a huge responsibility. It is critical to gender equality. To truly achieve economic equality, the private sector is just as important as government in ensuring that women have equal opportunities to succeed as men in the workforce. Governments and businesses from around the world must work together to promote gender equality in the private sector. There must be rivalry among business sector actors from various countries to establish exact measurable indices for collaboration. The private sector will benefit from these indicators if it takes an active role in promoting women's involvement and success. There are 3 primary areas in which I recommend governments should encourage businesses to make progress when it comes to women's leadership chances and empowerment in the private sector. The first, companies must implement quotas of 30 to 40% on the number of women appointed to board and senior corporate positions to address the lack of women at these levels. Second, new solutions are needed to help women take advantage of new opportunities in the automation era. Without them, women may fall further behind. The new world of work necessitates women who are well-versed in technology, who are adaptable and able to learn new skills. Third is to address and repair the leaks in the female talent pipeline. For this to be achieved, a significant shift in company culture and behavior is required. This cultural shift should be rooted in concrete and actionable policies, such as increasing investment in gender-sensitive measures on parental leave and on early childhood education, and care that supports a better work-life balance for both parents. Additional considerations include improving the availability of flexible work practices, such as telecommuting and telework, enhancing training and upskilling programs, as well as equitable pay and de-biasing training. These are the measures at the core of the change that we must advocate, and I firmly believe that it is time for the private sector to carry more responsibilities in removing the barriers and advancing opportunities for women's economic empowerment. God bless you all.
These were some valuable insights from Her Royal Highness. For the first panel of the day on enhancing collaboration between the public and the private sector to accelerate action on SDG 5, please join me on welcoming to the stage our moderator, Sally Musa, who is an international speaker, presenter, moderator, and a supporter of UN Women. Welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to this morning's first session, which is all about enhancing collaboration between the public and the private sector to accelerate action on SDG 5. I would like to acknowledge the words of Her Highness, as well as His Highness Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, and Her Excellency Anita Bhatia as well, who have given us such powerful and important words that serve as a launchpad for what we will be discussing today. The Andalusian Muslim scholar and poet Ibn Arabi famously said, "المكان الذي لا يؤنث لا يعول عليه." The place that isn't feminized cannot be relied upon. That, more than ever, rings true today as women are claiming their value and their rights. But conversely, businesses are also starting to pay attention to the gains in making sure that women are at the core of their leadership and their value chains. Some reports found that narrowing the gender gap could add between $12 and $28 trillion to the global GDP. So whether it be supply of consumer goods, whether it's powerful advertising, whether we're talking about research and innovation, source of income and growth and empowerment for women, the private sector has an enormous influence on the perceptions about and in the advancement of gender equality. So while government leadership is vital, as we know, in setting in motion the policies and the frameworks necessary to support women with equal opportunities, achieving SDG 5 will only come with the full support of the private sector. So today, we are going to be exploring the most impactful ways that we can drive forward those partnerships and collaborations between the public and the private sector to accelerate SDG 5. And so to do that, please join me in welcoming our extraordinary panel that we have for you today. First and foremost, I would like to bring up to the stage Her Excellency Dr. Dina Assaf, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for the UAE, as well as the Deputy Commissioner General for the UN at Expo 2020 Dubai. Thank you. We also have His Excellency Andrea Fontana, the European Union Ambassador to the UAE and Commissioner General for Expo 2020 Dubai. We have also Her Excellency Dr. Nawal Al-Husseini, the permanent representative of the UAE to the International Renewable Agency, IRENA. And last but not least, Her Excellency Reem bin Karam, the Director of Nama Women Establishment. What an incredible panel we do have with us today. And so, if I can start with you, Dr. Assaf, let's set the tone now for the need for progress on the Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Where are we at in terms of that progress?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. But I can't speak more than what our distinguished speakers said this morning, in the sense that they outlined very well where we are and where we're not. So I'm just going to summarize, because I know we want to get into other parts. To say, we know that we're not there. We know that. We don't need to keep repeating it. It's obvious. COVID made it worse. We know that too. We also know that COVID impacts vulnerable populations more than anything. And guess what? Women who are vulnerable are even more impacted, right? So what this tells us is that from a resilience point of view, women are the first affected in any crisis. You know, if the progress, as our Assistant Secretary General said from UN Women, said, you know, that we were making progress and now we've gone backwards. But what does that say? It says that the first to be harmed in any situation are women. So that means any progress we make can be easily damaged. So that tells me there's a resilience issue, that we really haven't found a real sustainable solution if so easily it can be diminished. So I would say to us as a group, building on the speeches we heard this morning, which were very extensive on the various challenges that we face, that not only are we not there, but if we continue in the status quo of approach, we will not get there. There has to be a marked change in the approach. It's not an incremental, oh, let's do a little project here, let's do a little thing here, let's change one law here, let's change, you know, some little thing there. That's not going to make the difference. So I'm going to end it there, because I know that there's so much more that we want to talk about. But that's the message that I want to deliver, that I think as the United Nations we are saying across the board, that if we really want a better world, we need to capitalize on all of the world. And it also means that everyone in the planet has a role to play to make this happen. And I know we're going to talk about the private sector here as part of that, because it's everyone, all of us. We cannot succeed as a planet if not every human being on the planet is fully engaged and part of the planet. If we disregard half of the planet, which are women, and in fact, we keep saying half, actually women are more than half of the planet. Let me just say that, by the way. Statistically, go check your statistics for every country. Women are always more than half of the population. So, how can we ever get anywhere? So I'm going to end there and give you the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Assaf. Now, if I can come to you, Dr. Nawal, the UAE is ranked as a leading country in gender equality in the region, according to the World Economic Forum's 2021 Global Gender Gap Report. And the partnerships between public and private sectors are crucial here. So I'd love for you to give us a perspective on the importance of SDG5, both in the international development agenda, but also here in the UAE.
Thank you, Sally. First, I would like to start by thanking UN Women for organizing this phenomenal platform here at Expo 2020. I am, and I know that more and more people believe that SDG5 is actually the mother of all SDGs. There is no way we can achieve any of the SDGs without looking very, very strongly into how we are weaving SDG5 into that. We cannot have SDG3, for example, good health, without gender equality. We cannot have SDG 8, which is work and economic growth without gender equality, and definitely SDG 13, SDG 7, climate action, and access to energy without gender equality. So the way SDG actually influence and facilitate and accelerate, I believe, when it's incorporated well, the achievement of other SDGs is critical. And that's why, and we heard in the morning from His Highness Sheikh Nahyan when he delivered the message of the Mother of the Nation on how gender equality has been woven into the UAE fabric from the very beginning. Her Excellency Noura is here with the General Women Union. General Women Union was actually established the first years of creating the UAE. So the age of that, of when gender was put on the agenda for the UAE is actually from the very beginning of the establishment of this nation. And I think we are very unique in that sense. So for us, for the UAE, our agenda locally, actually, I believe we are one of the most successful countries. I'm not just saying this because, you know, this is my country and I'm very proud, but it is a fact. We have 50% of our parliament are women. We have the participation of women as ministers is phenomenal. The leader of Expo 2020 is a woman. The leader of our climate change agenda is a woman. We have a youth minister who is a woman. We have a science minister who is a woman. Like, you know, I cannot even think of another country who did that. So that shows the success of the strategy and the way the UAE implemented its role. If we look at the private sector, you know, maybe we are not as successful as the government, but we are relatively to other nations extremely successful. We have 3 CEOs in the oil and gas industry, like female CEOs. Name a country that have that number. So by doing that, you know, the UAE has put gender as on its agenda here in the UAE, but also it is very important for our global participation. In my position as a permanent representative to IRENA, we work with IRENA to include that, to ensure that gender is extremely high on every work program that we do. You know, we work with them on the annual gender review that we have on renewable energy that we do. Every program that we have when it comes to implementation of renewable energy around the world, programs, even partnership that we do to address certain challenge, like for example, the partnership that we just launched, and Nama was one of our supporters on clean cooking, shows how the UAE has made sure that, you know, once we look into a challenge, which is, you know, clean cooking, which is clearly affects women more than men, because, you know, women are the one who go and gather the fuel, women are the one who was stuck with the stoves, mostly. And as you know, more than 4 million people die annually because of the impact of that polluting fuels, with the majority of them women based on WHO. So we made sure that with this program, we have a very strong gender element that ensures that women has access to clean cooking. So just to summarize, you know, we believe, the UAE believes that for us to achieve good progress toward a sustainable future for all, gender is key. Gender equality and gender balance is key. And we ensure that every work we do does have and ensure that we have an element that aims to empower women and girls. And we have a lot of initiatives locally and globally, and I can speak about this for the next maybe 16, 20 hours, and I'm not going to list every initiative. But globally, if we look into where we are, and back to the question of how are we achieving that, I think for us as Dr. Dina mentioned, it is, you know, we are more than 50% of the universe. And one of the smart men said, Einstein, that, you know, if you keep repeating, if you keep doing the same thing you are doing over and over again, expecting different results. So this is actually the definition of madness. And this is what we are doing now in this world. We keep repeating, doing all those challenges that we are facing now, I believe is a result of us repeating the same approach, which is, not ensuring that we have an equal representation of men and women on the table and at the decision-making level. We are seeing more and more at entry level, but we definitely need to look into involving more women in all levels of decision-making, but to ensure that they do have a seat at the table at every level. So back to your question in summary, we in the UAE, we're doing a lot of good things here to ensure women empowerment, but also this is extremely high on our agenda globally in all aspects, and collaboration with the private sector and partnership with the private sector has been a UAE strategy from day one.
From day one, absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think it's really important, you touched on it there, but the Green Cooking Initiative, and I will come to you now, Your Excellency, Reem bin Karam, we'll weave that into to what you're going to talk about now, which is Nama Women Establishment. It really is an extraordinary organization which really does so much work in empowering women, in giving women the skills, the resources, the access that they need, not only here in the UAE, but internationally. So for those who are not familiar, please talk about that, because this is a perfect example of how public-private partnerships can work.
First of all, it's a pleasure being here, and congratulations to UN Women on hosting an amazing forum, and happy belated International Women's Day to everyone here. And thank you, gentlemen, for attending today's session, as you are always supporters of the women. And thank you so much, Sally, and it was really interesting having a chat with you, prepping for today's session. I think I may be wearing a different hat from everyone who spoke before me, because I'm not going to be talking strategies. I am not going to be talking on a level where I will have to be using certain lingos and linguistics. However, with all due respect, my name is Reem bin Karam. I'm the director of Nama Women Advancement Establishment. This establishment was inaugurated and formed and founded by His Highness Dr. Sheikh Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi, the ruler of Sharjah. And Sheikh Jawahar bin Sultan Al Qasimi is the chairperson of Nama Women Advancement Establishment. Today, Nama Women Advancement Establishment has 3 other affiliates underneath it. One being Sharjah Businesswomen Council, second being Irthi Contemporary Craft Council, and third, it's Badiri Academy, Educational Academy, which is the educational arm for the entire Nama Advancement Establishment. When His Highness decided to launch this, it was a government entity launched by His Highness and chaired by Her Highness for one reason only. Our vision is to create an equitable world for women, where our mission is to leave no woman behind. I think this says it all. We tend to approach things in a holistic approach, where we look into the full 360 approach of supporting women regionally and internationally and locally. We truly believe that collaboration is key to success. When His Highness issued and founded NAMA, our role, and we strictly got instructions not to get into the legislation side of it. So we said, fine, we do not want to get legal. We do not want to touch those things. These things are actually already exist by, and have been founded by other organizations. We did not want to repeat, so we found our niche. We know the person or the entity leading the women initiatives and was the drive was General Women Union. They were the one who founded it, who founded the women movement in the entire United Arab Emirates. What we did is we looked at places where they were not going, and we said, let's continue the journey. We tend to work with one another. We always take the blessings of General Women Union before we approach any project, just in case it's not our mandate. And I think that's the reason where we are today lucky to have had so many successful projects. When we talk about the private-public partnerships, we try to create them on so many different levels. Now, NAMA has so many different levels. If you visit NAMA, and someone presents to you what Nama is, we can't just wrap it up in one day. You need a whole month. We need interns to come in and understand, because there are so many intricate levels to it. But what we do believe in is that we must never forget what we're here to do and serve. And I think in every entity, there are independent entities, but we all approach it as a holistic approach. We always have this holistic approach. Her Highness is always leading us and supporting us endlessly. She is the one who's paved the way for this. With her instructions, we have managed, alhamdulillah, to work with a lot of international bodies, a lot of private companies. We were talking about the pandemic earlier, and during the pandemic, we found it our responsibility to help and support other countries, females in other countries. Someone might say, what is it to you? We say, they're women, and this is our vision, and this is our mission, is to leave no one behind. And so, hence, we collaborated with Bulgari. It's a renowned Italian brand. I'm sure everyone is familiar with it. And what we did is we helped support the livelihoods of 80 artisans, female artisans in Italy during the pandemic, knowing that the pandemic hit Italy really bad at the beginning. From there, we started creating different initiatives. Yes, an initiative, as Dr. Dina said, one initiative will not make a difference. But when we started opening up the conversations between us and the private sector and started asking them to collaborate with us, only then did we realize they actually want to help us. The only thing about it is that they don't know what to do. So I think we need to set our agenda. We need to understand what exactly we can get out of the private sector and then sit on the table and negotiate. Never go empty-handed. Never go without doing your own research and homework. And I think governments need to understand we need to speak in a completely different tone. We need to speak in a completely, we need to break it down to the private sector. Yes, the private sector is business savvy, but when it comes to the social projects and the social aspects of working with things, they don't understand that, why is it that a woman is not on the C-suite level? To them, it's, well, she's not trying enough. On the contrary, she is trying, but no one's listening. And there are so many bureaucracies happening in the private sector, and this is where we need to break it down to them, explain it to them, and get them to assess one another, put targets, and this is where I think we will see the success. So that's it for me as Nama. Thank you.
Incredible, absolutely amazing. And there are, of course, all of these areas where you provide support in terms of resources and skills and incubation for businesses. And before I do move on to His Excellency the Ambassador, I want you to tell us, it's so important, the stories of some of these women. Ahmed, for example, we don't talk enough about older women. We talk a lot about the youth, and that's very important, and we talk about women in general, but when you talk about leaving no one behind, this is incredibly important.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for mentioning Ahmed. Ahmed is a senior citizen who lives in Dibal Hassan. She joined us around 8 years ago, and the reason how she joined us is Her Highness was actually visiting one day Dibal Hassan to listen to basically what they would like for her to do for them in that part of the emirate. And so Ahmed presented Her Highness with a little handmade clutch made out of telly, which is a traditional hand weave. And so Her Highness looked at it, was very impressed with the quality of the work, and asked her, who's done this? She's like, well, I've done this all alone. And so Her Highness turned to Sharjah Businesswomen Council. Back then, it was my late sister Amira, who was in charge of Sharjah Businesswomen Council, and asked her to say, well, she's like, well, try to create a program for them. Let us support them and see what comes out of them and support them economically. Let's see. what comes out of this? It started off as an initiative. 7 years later, we have Irthi Contemporary Craft Council. We have an Amiri decree. We are selling internationally. We've elevated it, and it's Ahmed who's actually training all these women. We've hired Ahmed full-time.
And she's 70, I believe. She's in her 70s.
She's 70 plus. She is a cancer survivor. She is a vivacious woman. And she will put you in your place when she needs to.
This is what breaking the bias is about for older women, for rural women. You know, we talk a lot about technology and innovation, but we need to look at our culture and our heritage as well, and keep that alive. If I can come to you, Ambassador Fontana, you know, we've talked a little bit about the pandemic here as well. Of course, it's had a tremendous impact. How would you have liked to seen the development of partnerships to address the pandemic? Do you think that they did a good job in that way, or could it have been done differently?
Thank you, Sally. Well, first of all, let me thank you for this opportunity, and thank you and women for organizing this panel. I'm humbled to be here with these inspiring women, many of whom I know well. And I think it's important that men also participate in the conversation.
Yes.
With all the issues that the Assistant Secretary General has highlighted today. I think that without men, we're not going to change this, and we're not going to reach gender.
Otherwise, we're just going to be talking to ourselves, and that would not get us anywhere. Yes.
So it's a privilege to be here and to be part of these efforts. On the pandemic, I mean, we've heard from the Assistant Secretary General how the pandemic has brought us back a lot. And I think that you know, there is, first of all, the experience from working with the private sector during the pandemic, which was very important. In the EU, we have, first of all, participated from the beginning in the COVAX mechanism at the international level with our friends from the WHO, which is very important because we realized that only by bringing together the public efforts and the private efforts, we could try and make sure that we would distribute vaccines globally, knowing that we're not going to be safe until everybody's safe. And I think that you know, things have moved, maybe not to the speed that we would have liked, and we've seen the consequences sometimes of these delays on the variation of the virus and extending the pandemic until today. But I think that COVAX has been a very good example of a public-private partnership where there has been funding from international organizations, but also working with private sector companies. We, as EU, we have contributed as EU budget more than €1 billion to COVAX, and we have managed, together with our member states and the European financial institution, to reach €3 billion. And I think it's very much thanks to the efforts of COVAX if we have managed to distribute the vaccines in several developing countries. But I think that more actually still needs to be done and can be done. And I think that the collaboration with the private sector must continue, especially on innovation. I think that we have to foster innovation as a cooperation between the public and the private sector. And we also have to understand better each other, because we come from different worlds, of course. In the EU, for example, we manage public funds, and we're used to be very careful on how we deal with the private sector because we're responsible for this funding. And I think that likewise, the private sector sometimes has a view of the public sector as slow and bureaucratic, perhaps. And we have to get to know each other better in order to ensure that these public-private partnerships can really deliver for everybody. In the EU also, we have launched at the EU level now a European initiative for health innovation, which has a funding of €1 billion from the EU budget and €1 billion from industry. And the idea there is, on the heels of the pandemic, thanks to the experience that we have gathered during the pandemic, is to make sure that pharmaceutical companies and health life science companies can produce remedies, medicines and treatments that respond more to the needs of the patient by fostering innovation that is also helped by the public sector. So I think that we need to do more of these partnership. We need to understand each other better, to understand the language of each other better, so that we can work together. Because without the efforts of both the public and the private sector, the challenges are such that we're not going to make it. And you know, having a bit of a global, more broader view, not just on the pandemic, but more in general, I think that the challenges in front of us are amazing. I mean, there is the green transition, and Dr. Nawal can speak for 16, 20 hours, as she said before, about this. So that's a major challenge. There is the digital transition, which is another huge challenge, where there is a risk that there is going to be inequality between countries who are more innovative and more equipped for the digital transition and countries which are unfortunately lagging behind. And then there is the equality transition. I think it's, you know, a tripartite transition where we need to include the participation of women, women empowerment in our planning, because without them, we're not going to make it. And the delays that the Assistant Secretary General has described this morning are very worrying, and just give you an idea of the challenges that we have. These three transitions, the green transition, digital transition, equality transition, are, in my view, the challenges that if we solve them, we can really spring ahead and have an inclusive and sustainable development that includes all countries. If we fail on any of them, then we're going to create a lot of problems in terms of inequality, in terms of lagging for developing countries that are going to haunt us for a very long time. So we need the efforts of everybody on these three strands, and in particular, because today is about SDG 5, we need to include women in our economic efforts and, of course, in our private and public partnerships.
Absolutely. I don't think you're going to have a green and a digital transition without the equality transition. So let's make that a reality. Dr. Assaf, if I can come to you and ask you about the importance of a whole of society response to these challenges that we're talking about, where intersectionality is central in the proposed solutions.
As already said through the examples given in the discussion, it is through this engagement of whole of society that we find the solution. I want to stress the fact that since we have the focus of this panel on the private sector as well, because we found in the United Nations, and I think the discourse is changing, that many tend to think that these issues that we're discussing, like gender equality and women's empowerment, or the SDGs in general, is something for the governments to handle. Meaning, you know, I have a business, what do I have to do with this? Yeah, but you know, someone else has to deal with that. And the key message we need to say is, no, it's everyone. And so I would say to those of you here that are from the private sector, that you can make a difference. You can do something in your company or in your endeavor, no matter how big or small it is. So as an example, just to get some practical things here, we know for a fact, and this is useful for everyone to know, and I think it was already said in one of the speeches, that when women are a greater number in any private sector entity, they make more money. This is a fact. We have the statistics. And especially if the women are in the executive management branch, so either as a part of the board or in leadership, the company actually makes more money. Now, of course, from my side, I want to make sure everybody's included, diversity is important, but if you're a business, it's not only, as we said, the right thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do. You're going to make more money in the end, so it's a win-win. Win-win. So are your company's policies integrating women throughout? Are you bringing diversity, whether women or other peoples other than, you know, just gender, into your decision-making and thought processes to ensure that you're being the most innovative? We know for a fact that diversity brings more innovation, more creativity, and better solutions. So it is just the smart thing to do. So again, we can talk about all segments of society in the same way, whether, you know, civil society, government, etc. Each of us has a role to play, but we all can make this difference. And as an individual, so again, if you're in a company, You might say, yeah, but it's my CEO that needs to make these decisions. I'm just, you know, an employee. What can I do? Well, I would say you can. So each of us, even as individuals, can take individual action that can make a difference. So ask yourself, what is it that I can do today and tomorrow to make my life, whether it's my family, my company, my society, my community, my neighborhood, better? And how can I make sure that the boys and girls, and I'm saying boys and girls especially, meaning the youth that are around me, that I'm giving them this message that they can be, and the society can be different. It doesn't have to be discriminatory against anyone. And it is in our benefit as a society, in any country in the world, that all of us are working together for the best of everyone. This seems obvious, but the most common thing we see in the United Nations is people tend to think this is somebody else's problem to solve. And that's the message I want to leave with you today. It isn't something for someone else to solve. You are part of the solution. And so once we embrace that as part of our thinking, it'll change everything. Absolutely. Knowing that we are part of the solution. It's not for someone else to solve, regardless of the topic. Today, we're talking about SDG 5, extremely important, because as we know, and I want to end with this because I know we have, our time might be running out, is that for the Sustainable Development Goals, we have SDG 5. But it doesn't mean that it's only one goal. This is really important. SDG 5 gives a focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. However, can I ask you, everyone here, and I'm sure you would nod, can the SDG on health or education or poverty not address gender equality and women's empowerment? Are we going to have a healthy society or an educated society if we don't also address the issue and challenges women face in those sectors? You have to. So therefore, we have one dedicated goal, but it is also cross-cutting across the whole agenda. So therefore, if you focus on gender equality and women's empowerment in any sector or any work that you do, the whole of society is benefiting because of that shift that will happen. So we can do much, we can make a difference, and the world can be better.
Absolutely, absolutely, definitely, yes. I just, before we do end off, we are very much running out of time, but I need to ask this question. It's very important, Dr. Nawal, in terms of making sure you are a woman who is in leadership, the importance of making sure that we see women stepping up to private organizational leadership and the impact that that can have. How can we make sure that more women do reach those heights?
I think it's a combination of two things. I think policies are very important. We need to ensure that we have the right policies in place and the right political will to make this happen. But also, it's very important that we as women, and I'm not saying that it's our fault, but I've been seeing this throughout my career. We have in the UAE, and I think in the GCC, we have the largest number of women gets into STEM education. I think around 70% to, in some disciplines, up to 90% graduates are women. However, we don't see this transitioning into career choices. And I think that's very important. So your career choice is extremely important because we do need women in all those aspects of sciences. So, you know, while social sciences is very, very important, please don't I don't want to underestimate that. But also having more women in STEM careers is critical because we do need to have technological solutions that addresses all our challenges, that have a woman view in the design and the implementation process. So career choice is very important. We also need, as organization, to ensure that women are getting and progressing into these careers. So at the entry point in so many organizations, the majority are women. But how many of them are getting up the ladder? That's the other question. One of the things that I was shocked when I saw during the latest Munich Security Conference, and I'm sure everybody saw that picture of, I don't know how many CEOs around one table, not one woman. So we had that picture of global CEOs sitting in it, and that shows that this issue is global.
Yeah.
It's not specific to certain region, and it's not specific to certain sector. It's a global, multi-sectoral challenge. We do not have enough women on the leadership positions. So there is something wrong. There is definitely something wrong. And back to the theory of Einstein of madness. So if we keep doing what we are doing, expecting different results, it's not going to happen. We need to break this madness cycle and do things differently. And I'm sorry, sometimes a lot of people say, you know, we need to train more women. I've seen men receiving huge positions and really with very little, if any, training, but being basically cushioned by the right advisors, by the right support system, and by right trust. So we need to give trust because, you know, we know that women have a lot of soft skills that differentiate them from men, and they complement each other. So I'm not saying women are better or men are better. And I think we are different in the sense that we complement each other. And we need to celebrate that differences. And we need to ensure that in every organization, we are there to complement each other and ensure that we are moving towards each other. So there is a policy, and I think it's very important. Now in the UAE, we have introduced a policy that every board needs to have women, both in public and private sector, and companies owned by the government, and also encouraging the family-owned companies to do that, and we're seeing this more and more. But also to ensure that, you know, leaders of those companies and CEOs of those companies and boards are putting management accountable, like what we have here in the UAE. And I'm sure most of you, you know, in the government sector, in the UAE, we have a dashboard to monitor the performance of every organization. And one of the KPIs that every entity is monitored against is the number of females in the organization and the percentage of female in management position. And we need to see a trend going up, not down. So and that makes management accountable. They need to make sure that this trend is going up until we reach, you know, the gender balance and gender equality. And I think that's the only way to do it. Absolutely. You know, it's a combination from policy, but also equipping our, you know, men and women with the right tools to ensure that this happens. And it's not only educating women, no, it's educating men and women on that importance and to understand that it is a joint responsibility for the benefit of all, for the win of all, because, you know, we will make more money, we will make our environment more attractive, because now, you know, if you want to attract the right talent, you need to have the right culture. And, you know, and new talent are very, very smart and very demanding. So if they go into an organization where they don't see a diverse management body or a diverse workplace, they would leave. And there is a huge competition on talent now.
They know what they need, and we know it's good for the bottom line. You know, if you don't want to do it because it's the right thing, do it because it's good for the bottom line. Very, very super quick last words from Your Excellency, Reem bin Karam. I know that you have something that you're working on. If you can just very quickly tell us about it.
Definitely. How many out here is from the private sector?
Wow.
Oh, wow, that's
wow. Okay, so here it is. We've launched Irtiqa. It's Nama's latest baby. It's a platform that would teach you, the private sector, on how to be part of the SDG and how to achieve the SDG. It's a toolkit accessible for everyone, no charge. So please contact Nama and get it for free.
Yes, absolutely. Nama Women. Find them online. You can find the information there, and do get in touch. Your Excellency, Ambassador Fontana, if you have a final word for us. And also, what can the men do here?
Well, first of all, I want to say that you know, we're very, very proud in the European Union to have now 3 females as our presidents. So the President of the European Commission, yes, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, and the President of the European Parliament, Alberto Mazzola. So I think that it shows that if there is a will, there is a way, that things can change. But of course, this doesn't mean that the issue is not prevalent in Europe. And I think that we have to continue focusing on this and finding ways and policies that really encourage the participation of women. And there, what I can say about the EU, I think as a good example, is when we strategize, so now we have new resilience and recovery plans for the EU to basically come out of the pandemic. And this is a huge investment that the EU is doing into the economy. Well, one of the indicators that is part of all the projects that we're going to roll out, and speaking about billions of euro, is the gender inclusiveness of the projects. And I think that this is a sign of how seriously we take it. So the investment that we're going to make in the European economy to come out of the pandemic will be measured, and one of the key performance indicators will be how these projects promote gender equality in the investments that we are going to make. So we need to, as I said before, we need to focus on this transition, because without this transition, the other ones will fail. And we're proud that change is happening from the top, but we need to make sure that this change happens throughout the whole economy, throughout the whole society, and needs to be a key performance indicator in everything we do.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And the final word to you, Dr. Assaf.
Yes, thank you. I just remembered I wanted to also share, you reminded me, that another practical thing that you can do is to join the UN Global Compact. The UN Global Compact is the part of the United Nations that partners with the private sector. And they'll help you to see how you can make your business more compliant with gender equality and women's empowerment, and also how you can support the SDG agenda as a whole. So look up the UN Global Compact. We have, if you're here in the UAE, we have a local network, and you can join. We have over 200 members here in the UAE. You can join other private sector companies here that are working towards these issues, and it's a great network to be part of. So look it up. If you have any challenges, see my name, call my office, and we'll help you find how to sign up. But look at that, and then finally, I'll just say, we need to always end on a positive note.
Yes.
Meaning, let's make sure that we believe. We need to believe that we can make a better society and we can make a better world. That belief will carry us very far. So I want to thank everyone here who's taken the time to listen to us, because we're just trying to make sure that we're all not encouraging each other, that we can do it. It isn't impossible, by the way. It is doable. So thank you so much.
It is absolutely doable, and it's up to each and every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our incredible speakers. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Fantastic.
Are we going to take a photo?
That would be great, yes.
Photo, aren't they? Thank you very much, Sally, and panelists, for setting the tone for the day and for sharing great insights on how we can enhance collaboration between the public and the private sector. There is this study that was done by McKinsey and Lean Organization that shares with us that men and women equally start their career with the same eagerness to reach high-level positions. And it's the workplace that actually grinds them down, because they lack support, they lack structure, they lack policies. When a woman is going for a promotion, wants to achieve a higher position, is going for a negotiation of salary, a higher title, she is often labeled as being pushy, abrasive, or bossy, while a man adopting the very same behavior will be perceived as a go-getter. And to follow that study, Stanford's University tells us that one of the reasons women have not achieved gender parity in high-level positions, it's one of the many reasons for it, it's because they lack constructive feedback. while men counterparts receive feedback on their performance, on data, while they are presented with what's coming next, allowing them to get ready to be ahead of the game, women receive comments on their personality, or generic such as, "You've had a great year." And because of that lack of empowering support, because of that lack of supportive feedback and policies, women tend to stagnate in mid-level management. Now, due to time constraint, we will dive right into our second panel just ahead of lunch. And for the second panel, it will be very interesting to hear about the CEO perspective on how we can actually enhance women participation in higher level situations. It is something that we are all passionate about. It is something that probably brings us here today and motivates our participation to this great summit on how can we make sure that we increase the participation of women at higher positions, but that we also have women around the table. And for this great second panel, it gives me great pleasure to welcome once again to the stage Her Excellency Anita Bhatia, who is Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women. Anita, Her Excellency, will be leading the CEO panel on accelerating progress on SDG5, perspective of the future of women in the workplace and in communities. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Well, it's really good to see you all again, and let me now invite our panelists to join me on the stage. Let me start by inviting Mr. Aymeric Arnaud, the Group Regional Chief Executive Officer for the Middle East of Société Générale. Welcome. Let me now also invite Mr. Sanjeev Kakkar, the Executive Vice President of Unilever for Arabia, MENA, Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Turkey, the founder and the chairman of the Advertising Business Group in the Middle East, and a member of the Board of Directors of the Dubai Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Sanjeev. I'd now like to invite Ms. Soraya Norfeld, the Chief Executive Officer and the founder of RA International, onto the stage. Welcome. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Eugene Main, the Group Chief Executive Officer and the founder of TriStar, to join us.
Everybody.
So I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to start by picking up on some of the things we've heard earlier here today and say, why do you think SDG 5 is important for business sustainability from your perspective?
Thanks very much for inviting me first. Very glad to be speaking here on what is a pretty critical topic, and I'll answer the question. Well, very trivially, I mean, SDGs force us as leaders and stakeholders into businesses to rethink our business models. I would certainly say that the SDGs have kind of become a source of long-term competitiveness, of progress and innovation. And so the topic of the day is obviously SDG 5. And so if you think that growth hinges on multiple jobs, multiple skills, multiple generations, multiple culture, then you can only conclude that SDG 5 is a bit of a cornerstone for all SDGs. And so trying to simplify, and I'll conclude on that point, is that as a business, we're here to serve an economy. As a banker, I'm here to finance an economy. On the other hand, SDGs are a reflection of what the world should look like in a not so distant future, hopefully. So if you're not aligned if you think about that, if you're not aligned, that means you're not looking like the economy you're supposed to serve. You're not thinking like the economy you're supposed to serve, which is a very good recipe to be disrupted and die very slowly. So it is absolutely vital for businesses to embrace the SDGs and SDG5 in particular.
Thank you, Aymeric. Let me ask you the same question, Sanjeev, because Unilever has been doing a number of great things with the United Nations already. So we know that as a company you are quite committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. But tell us a little bit about how you see SDG 5 in particular. Why does it matter to you?
So it matters because if you want a simple one-line answer, 65% of fast-moving consumer good purchases are consumers, and purchase value is done by women. If we need to understand that consumer base, we need a lot more women in the organization to be able to do it. So there's a very clear and compelling business case for this to happen. And Unilever recognized that very early, and now for almost more than a decade, we have been building the diversity quotient and the ratio within the organization, moving it up from 38% in 2010 to now we are gender balanced at 50-50. Admittedly, still.
In the management team as well?
In the management team, admittedly still at the very top leadership level, if you take the top 100, we do still have work to do. And I think the challenge over there is that it takes time to grow women up into the organization. Of course, you can go out and recruit, but there's a limit to what you can do there. So it takes time to build women in the organization. But the progress is substantial, and there's a very clear and compelling business case. And I think the one big learning out of all of this for us has been that leadership matters. So unless and until the tone is set right from the very top to create an inclusive and a diverse organization, and unless and until clear metrics are put in place which serve as guidelines for the senior leadership, this thing doesn't move. It doesn't move easily. And I've been there as part of this journey that Unilever has been on. And there is always a lot of organizational inertia to this. And it's understandable because you're sitting with a male-dominant population and you're telling them that you have to make at least 30% of yourselves redundant to bring women in.
Yeah.
It's not easy. But so the role of senior leadership is absolutely critical in making this happen with clear metrics, clear role modeling. And the business case, of course, is very much there.
Yeah. We'll come back to this issue of key metrics and monitoring because I think that's where the rubber hits the road. But Soraya, what's your perspective on this? Why do you think it matters for businesses?
Well, I look in the mirror every day. SDG5, so I think it's a balance. We need equitable balance in the workplace. We need equitable balance at home. We're moms, we have kids, we have husbands, and this dynamic is the same that's reflected in the rest of the world. If the dynamic is unbalanced at home, it's unbalanced in the world and vice versa. I think it's really important that women are involved. I think women have to be involved on all aspects. My company, our International, we work in really remote sites, really fragile areas of the world. And I find that the more women I get on board and the more women that are involved in the actual tasks at hand, the actual easier it is to get things to move faster. I think it's important for the dynamics. I think that girls have to go to school. I think that the moms have to push them. But at the same time, it's an overall problem, and it's not just in fragile states, it's in the first world. I mean, I couldn't have been CEO in a normal company, so I set my own one up. So I could be the boss.
Well, kudos to you for that.
Thank you. But it is very important, and I also believe that it's important for other women to push other women to try harder, because sometimes we get stuck and think, we can't go any further. And it's really important that other women also push women further, because it's a balance. It's making it better for your kids, making it better for the family as a whole, because women add a balance. We add the right balance and the right level, keeping things as a family unit and keeping it together. It's very important.
Yeah, no, I think Madeleine Albright, I think, famously said when she was Secretary of State of the United States that there's a special place in hell for women who do not help other women. And I think we you know, and conversely, there must be a special place in heaven for women who help other women. So
it's important to try. I think it's all, not just, again, not just women helping women, the gentlemen here, all here as a testament to that, that involving your company, involving your husbands, your brothers, and pulling everybody in. I mean, I have a husband and 3 sons, so I need them to support me to do what I am doing, to ensure that I'm also, they're involved in the conversation. Because if they're not proud to see what I'm doing, how will they be, how will they enable their wives or their daughters, or, you know, and I think it's looking at that balance that's really important. And SDG5, how can, you know, the rest of the world, they say half the world more, not be involved? It's impacting economies, it's impacting our welfare, it's impacting health, it's impacting the kids as the caregivers. And I think, again, really critical that it should be first and foremost up there, get women involved in every shape, way or form.
Yeah, well put, Soraya. Let me turn to you now, Eugene. What is your perspective on this, and how does TriStar think about this?
Okay, in my life, if I have to just give you a quick overview, I have 3 sisters and 3 granddaughters, so there are a lot of women in my life.
Good.
So, actually, my sister is a women's rights activist, and she lobbies for violence against women and things. So this is something that, you know, all my growing days I have seen this and lived through this. And therefore, it's something that I have developed a passion for, to see how, especially in terms of, not specifically SDG5, but sustainable, supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. We've been a member of the UN Global Compact since 2011, and we're very much focused on promoting especially goals 1 to 5, and of course also goal 13, which is climate change. But I think for talking on specifically on today's topic, women are a great source and a pool of talent. And of course, if you look at in a corporate world, there are possibly traditional barriers or things that you know, are not very conducive for, especially in the old days, and as we are making this migration, for a woman to you know, progress her career. And I think as CEOs and leadership positions, it's up to us to break down these barriers. It's just starting, for example, pay scales, having you know, equal rights, gender equity in pay, sexual harassment policies strictly enforced within the company to make sure that nobody takes undue advantage of a lady. And also, I think if you look at the talent now, today women are excelling in all fields, whether it's the corporate world, whether it's sports, you know, whether it's going to space, women are right there. It's not like the old days. So it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity for the corporate world. It's a mind change. It's a shift. It's a shift, a paradigm shift that we as leaders and the corporate world have to embrace. Embrace this, and I believe take great advantage of the fact that you have this huge pool of talent. But I think they're grossly underutilized, because if you look at the G20 and OECD statistics, there are only about 30% of managers are actually women.
Yes.
So there's a huge opportunity, even though world population, women are 50% of global population. So there is a huge opportunity, and it's the corporate world are the losers if they don't take advantage. And for this, again, corporate world and the, you know, the days of patriarchy are all evolving and have to move out. So we need to be progressive in our thinking. We need to enroll progressive policies and also gender equity, especially in management. If you want to be a successful business, this is what you need to implement.
Yeah, no, well put. Sanjeev, I'm going to go back to you, because you picked up, you highlighted a really important point on metrics, on indicators. And you also laid out why this is vital to your business strategy, because if you don't understand your consumer base, or conversely understanding it better, is going to make more money for you. So what metrics do you use and to measure that you're actually making progress on SDG 5?
Yeah. Number of them are used across the organization. I think, of course, the most gross metric is percentage of women at every level.
So recruitment of talent, basically. Hiring.
No.
Hiring and
at every level in the
representation.
organization, what is the diversity ratio that we have? What is the diversity ratio that we have by function? So we find, for instance, that we've made very good progress in functions like marketing or finance or IT, but on some of the more frontline functions like sales, customer development, supply chain, we struggle because the catchment pool of talent available is also limited, and women tend to gravitate towards functions where they believe that life for them would be a lot simpler and easier, considering all the various constraints of managing home and work. So that's another metric which we use. How is it spread by function? Third area that we look at, of course, is that one of the big challenges in this journey has been that as women grow in the organization and then they reach a certain middle management level is the time when they also start getting into raising families.
Yes.
And that's where we have been seeing the biggest drop-off take place. So what is that drop-off rate? And then we have targeted interventions to make sure that we encourage the women to come back through paternity, maternity policies, through flexible working, through agile options for women in that space in their life, to make sure that they remain connected back into the workplace and then get back to full-time work as it is feasible. So what is the drop-off rate? What is the rate at which they come back? Pay has been a key issue globally, and we have worked assiduously to make sure that we have clear metrics which we track.
So you pay women more than men?
Well, I wouldn't go so far to say that. I would say that they certainly deserve to be paid more, but we are happy in a happy position where we do not see that inequality taking place in terms of pay. So, number of metrics, and I cannot but overemphasize the need for organizations to metricize this and to look at that data, because there is always a wealth of information which enables you to guide the policies in a way that this whole ecosystem begins to work as one. Yeah. So
no, thank you. America, I saw you nodding. So do you find in Société Générale, or maybe the financial sector as a whole, that there is this occupational segregation, if you will, even within the organization, where you have women gravitate towards certain roles and men towards others? And what do you do to address that? And then I'm going to ask you a question on what support systems are you putting in place for women so that they don't have this issue of having to manage the care burden of children and the home with their career. But first, on how do you see this issue of occupational segregation, if you will?
Yeah, sure. Well, first, I don't want to give too many numbers, but I think it's going to show how progressed we are in the topic, because we started 20 years ago thinking about these matters at SocGen, and not just upon the Paris Climate Agreement and the implementation of the SDGs. We were a signatory of the UNEP FI 20 years ago.
Oh.
And so we have 133,000 employees worldwide. So obviously, diversity is the norm in a group of that size. We have 137 nationalities. We operate in 61 countries. So it's a norm. And the result of that is that 56% of our 133,000 employees are women, okay? But it's not just about diversity, it's about empowerment, and I take it. But then, 47% of our management positions, from middle to top, are held by women. We're not yet at 50, but we're not far.
Not far.
Where it gets more problematic, indeed, is we are right now at 29% of management committees positions held by women, and this is where we have some progress to make. We have all sorts of actions implemented throughout the firms, and we're a signatory to the Women Empowerment Principles. We apply all sorts of proactive policies, and very similar to what Sanjeev described. But very concrete, we give very key KPIs to our managers in terms of diversity. And this influence variable remuneration, and we're bankers.
Yes.
So it's, it's a kind of good incentive for people to make sure that it happens. Monitoring has been there, and I think we're slowly seeing the results. There's still a lot to do, and we're starting from the bottom, like from talent recruitment, but also to talent identification, all sorts of trainings. It's not just about training women, but it's about training our entire workforce on unconscious bias, on stereotypes. We have mandatory trainings on these issues. And obviously, it trickles down from top to bottom. We have today, within our 5-member group executive committee, one woman that is tasked with or sponsoring the diversity effort within the firm.
No, there is real truth to what is called the funneling effect, where you hire 50-50, maybe even 60-40, 60% women when you are first recruiting, but then there is this funnel, because as you go higher up, there's this drop-off because of parenting responsibilities, care responsibilities, home responsibilities. So this is one of the biggest issues that employers have to very purposefully figure out ways of supporting. Meaning that sometimes I wonder if the answer should be, let's hire only women, because then the funnel will be different. But of course, that's completely unrealistic. But coming to the issue of what support infrastructure are you creating to make sure that women come back into your labor force when they have to step out for care reasons? And by the way, can I just say that UN Women has data that shows before the pandemic, women were carrying 3 times the unpaid care burden of men. That number, and by the way, the unpaid care work is work, it's not remunerated employment. 3 times. So, and during the pandemic, when schools closed, and I am sure this is familiar to many of you in the audience, when schools closed down and there was lockdown, the extra burden of care fell on the women. And frankly, during the pandemic, women were carrying the world on their shoulders. But now that the pandemic is, we are moving into what we might call the post-pandemic phase, and we need to worry about bringing women back into the labor force. We also need to worry about what support structures there are. So maybe starting with you, Eugene, how do you think about these support structures, and what are you actually doing?
Yeah, let me make 2 comments. In addition to child care, I think another important factor to be women are burdened with is elderly care also, because they are traditionally caring for the elderly parents and things. And I think if I have to look at my own experience, I think one of the ways of addressing this is a lot of companies, you have a hollow middle. You hire right at the top and you hire right at the bottom, but you don't have anybody to be moving up that ladder. So, like a broken rung. So I think the company or an organization need to look at fixing that so that you make sure that you have a continuous evolving pipeline of leadership positions for women. And so recruiting, planning, and ensuring that this is followed is one way of addressing that you don't lose women. The other day, another thing is I think the pandemic has been a great game changer to this, because now everybody is getting used to the culture of working from home. Now this greatly benefits women who don't have, because commuting is a real hassle, where you have to spend nearly 3-4 hours a day commuting up, and that goes out of the window. And the ability for a woman to work from home. And I think this is something possibly a lot of companies can look at least the women in the company. You can start allowing them to work from home. That would be a great first step for us to give them that work-life balance that they need. And I think also, women's ability to take on responsibility, it's something that goes without saying. So I think a lot of companies will be happy to allow women to work from their home because they don't have issues with that. And those are one of the things that we do. And then, of course, the same things like, pay scale parity. And this is another thing that companies can do, and possibly, equity pay audit to make sure, and could be getting companies to report on that in annual audits. So that companies are encouraged, that they're being monitored, and they're encouraged to ensure that that is maintained in the right balance that's required. So a lot of several initiatives are there that various companies, depending on either their financial capabilities or otherwise, or let's say the strategy that they employ, that can be done and rolled out. But it takes events like this, organizations like the United Nations. It's a collective effort. And the whole thing is creating that awareness that today it's very important. And how do we bring the corporate world to start to embrace this and roll out? It should not just be left to a few top big companies, but it has to start at the bottom. Everybody should be involved in it.
Yes, I think you make a very important point about this is not just for the big companies, but something that should be embraced by all sizes of the private sector, small, medium, and large organizations. Larger organizations might find it easier because they have more resources to do this. But Soraya, how do you create support infrastructure for female employees in your firm?
Well, we started flexi working about 15 years ago.
Okay, so you were way ahead of the curve.
I had a lovely manager who was a single mom, and I felt I am definitely not a 9-to-5 kind of girl. So I thought, so long as the work gets done, does it really matter if she actually physically has to be in the office at 8 to 4 to 3? It doesn't matter so long as the work gets done. And actually what happened is she worked over and above because she had that time and she was doing it from home. And women always have to go to school plays and matches and all their kids' stuff, so we have to be flexible around that. So we put that policy in place then and there. But each country we operate in is different, because there's ethnic barriers, there's religious barriers, there's cultural barriers. And I am always on the ground. I try and put my feet in all the locations we work in, Somalia, Sudan, Chad, invariably somewhere. I talk to the women that we actually employ. I try to encourage them that if there are any issues that we know about them, so we can find ways to actually support them. In Sudan, we realized, South Sudan, we had a lot of drop-off. Like you say, they're in work and suddenly they're dropping off work. And we couldn't understand why. So we got our nurses. We have our own clinic in our camp. And we had the nurses actually go to all the sites and talk to all the women in all the sites. And what we found is that actually they were concerned. They were dropping off because a child was sick and they thought maybe it was COVID, or a mother was ill and they thought maybe it was COVID. They didn't feel too well. They were a bit panicked. There were simple things just from a health perspective, medical perspective, that they didn't understand. And so our nurses spent 15 minutes at each site talking to all of these women and addressing these concerns. And we actually had an increase, 80% was staying longer, just because they understood what to do. How do I, is this really COVID? Is my son really that sick? And once they have that discussion with the nurse or with somebody else, they seem to address the problem better. So it's we have open communication in the company. If there is an issue, we want to know about it ahead of time. Before it becomes a problem, let's help you try and fix that. Because otherwise, when it's a problem, it's a problem. We can't support. So it's providing these that all our country managers, all of the teams in country are there to enable it. And their KPIs are to enable it from the ground up, because it's wonderful for us to make fantastic policies. And honestly, we've been a member of UN Global Compact since 2008, and the amount of documents I've signed on policies is exhausting. But no, really. but it's great to have it on paper, but I'm a believer in get your hands dirty. Do it from the ground up. Do it bite-sized. Make sure that you can see that they are employed. Make sure that you do talk to them and address what the issues are and see how you can make it work. And if your team is supportive, and again, I say this really, we empower the men in our company because I need them to encourage more women to get more people involved and be supportive, create a safe environment for women to work in. If it's not safe, you're not going to want to work with it. Who can make it safe? It's the male colleagues that can support addressing that the woman does not feel uncomfortable, harassed, or in any way in a poor situation. And it's, again, really critical. And a lot of times people ignore the safe environment, and it can just be verbally safe. Just the attitudes of people that come into work. If it's good, you're going to have a great balance. So these are the things we like to look at because they're real, tangible objects that I can feel and sense when we go in to see these locations that, yes, it's working. With, these little bite size of support is actually having an impact.
Yeah, I like the idea of tangible objects that you can see. We're going to have to wrap soon, but I do want to come to you, Sanjeev and Imaric, with this question on support infrastructure. And can you address, just quickly, what are the policies that you have in place to make this, to create the support infrastructure, and do you have paid paternity leave, which is the same as paid maternity leave? Yeah. Or is it the case? Because, by the way, this is very common. Firms will have paid maternity leave, which is 3 months, 6 months, and then the paid paternity leave is like a week. So that's already a signal about whose job it is to take care of the children. So I'd love to hear how you're thinking about this.
Look, as I said, the key issue is the drop-off. And so we have to put in place systems to make sure that they, the women remain in the organization at that point in time. So the maternity and paternity leave policy is a key enabler. And
same? Maternity, paternity, same leave?
No, the time, of course, is different, and it varies by country. But it can, if maternity leave can go up to obviously 6 months or more. In some countries, it is even longer. Paternity leave varies between 4 weeks to 8 weeks or so, which provides that initial support, admittedly, but it's a start. I think the key thing is once that initial support is over and once the first 6 months are over, when the employee wants to come back, the environment has to be an enabling environment. And I think the first thing over here which we found was that the line manager has to be supportive. That is the most important thing, more than any other activity that happens. The line manager has to be supportive. The line manager has to understand that his team member has gone through a life-changing experience, and he or she has to look at that and say, look, how do I enable this to continue? How do I enable my employee to be more productive? So, of course, we have the policies. We have agile working, flexible hours. We have policies related to creches in offices where the law permits that to happen, nursing facilities, etc. All of that is there. But if the enabling environment is not created by the line manager, all of this doesn't work. So I think we've
the
got
role of leadership and the
we've
role
got
of the
yeah,
supervisor
I
becomes
cannot
really
but
key.
overemphasize that, that aspect in this.
And maybe think about paternity leave being the same.
Possibly.
Something to think about. Sokjen, how do you think about this? Do you have maternity leave and paternity leave more or less the same? What other structures do you have in place?
So obviously I'll have to give a blanket answer across 61 countries. I must admit we're not on par in pretty much most of the locations, but frankly, and that's where also political leadership matters, because the social security systems need to adapt. I mean,
that's right.
For us right now, it's simply not the same cost to have a woman in maternity leave than a man in paternity leave. So there's unfortunately a cost arbitrage for that, yes, political leadership can help solve. What I can say is that over the pandemic, or the worst phase of the pandemic, we've been working 100% remote. We provide financial support in terms of home equipment to work from home. We allow for 2 to 3 days of working from home, which has been, I think, a massive game changer for women in particular. We have a lot of those part-time jobs, 90%. I signed almost every week 90% request. And so that's also a trend that we can see in terms of providing the flexible hours that women need. So I think, the infrastructure is getting there, but as Sanjeev said, I can only reiterate that it's also about signaling from leadership. And so I'm not into quotas, but certainly into KPIs. And we have set very precise, starting last year, very precise KPIs in terms of women retention, women share of business, of management positions, trickling down through the entire organization. And I think it is through this that we'll retain and empower women in the office.
You all have spent quite a lot of time with us this morning to discuss this topic, so I know that each of you is personally very committed to the SDG5 agenda. Please share with our audience now. I'm going to ask each of you to close us out. What is your personal commitment on SDG5? How do you live SDG5? So if I could start with you, Eugene.
I think it all boils down to leadership. At the end of the day, it's the leadership, and it's not just leadership on paper or hanging certificates on the wall. You have to walk the talk. And it has to be seen in everything that I do personally. My actions is what people are looking at. If I preach something and do the opposite, it doesn't work. So it all starts with the leadership for us to be able to provide that leadership. And what we've been doing, So
tell us one thing, Eugene. I'm sure you do many. Pick one and share with us one thing that you think really epitomizes your commitment to SDG5.
Over the last 3 years, our female recruitment has gone up to 80% of all.
Fantastic.
So that's what we've done over the last 3 years, just to give you one example.
Soraya, you live SDG5. You said you look at yourself in the mirror and there it is. But what do you do for your company? And what's the one thing you would want everyone to know about your commitment?
My commitment is perseverance. I persevere daily in everywhere that I go, not just for my company, but companies that work with us, my suppliers, my subcontractors, all of the ones around, to encourage women daily not to stop trying to get the equality, the pay, the job, and pushing them to persevere, because it may be hard in the start, maybe it's not a straight road. I know that. I've gone around many walls and up and down them. It's just to be persistent, one foot ahead of the other. And I personally spend time talking to all of our teams in the most remote locations, places like Somalia, where culturally there is a barrier for women to work, to get the men to actually support their wives, daughters, sisters to actually find a job. Because when they see me and they ask me about it and I explain, I go, I've got sons, I've got, and they go, oh, but you work. And I go, yeah, and your wife could work and your daughters could work. And it's keeping that message out there that it's hard, it takes time, it's one foot ahead of the other, but persevere and you'll get there. Persevere.
Okay, great. Sanjeev, what's the one thing you'd want people to know about how you personally epitomize commitment to SDG 5?
So my personal belief is that there's a special place in platinum level heaven for men who build women into leadership positions. So my personal impact is about making sure that in my own leadership team, I bring gender equality. So, and we are getting there. Yeah? It takes a lot of perseverance, it takes time, and a number of things have to be put in place to make that happen. But that indeed, if we can get there, then I think the rest of the organization will follow.
So you are role modeling this at the leadership level. Great. Let's give him a round of applause for that. Marek, how do you epitomize commitment to SDG 5?
Well, first, I'm the lucky father of 3 daughters, so I have...
You're taught every day.
I have vested interest
also
in making sure they get equal chances, and so for me it's an everyday job. I took over my position here on the ground only 6 months ago, so maybe I'll give an example of my previous job where I was running a global business on the capital markets front, a front office job, a lot of steroids, very man-type job.
Yes,
you need to show that you're a man. When I took over that team 10 years ago, the percentage of female in that setup was less than 10%. I left it 6 months ago; it was at 42%. I feel pretty proud of that.
Wow. So we have unfortunately come to the end of our time, so we're going to have to close the panel out. I want to thank each and every one of you for being with us today and for engaging so much. And I'd like to ask each of you for one word that you would like to say that comes to your mind when you think of SDG 5, based on everything you heard this morning about where we are, what the challenges are, and what the opportunities are. So one word from each of you as you think about SDG 5. Eugene.
I would think passionate leadership.
Passionate leadership. Soraya?
Awesomeness.
Awesomeness. Love it. Sanjeev?
Commitment.
Commitment. Marek?
I would have said leadership, so I'll change, and I'll say movement as opposed to inertia.
Movement as opposed to inertia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panel for a wonderful discussion this morning.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and participating leaders for your thought-provoking comments. And to everyone, we would like now to invite you to replenish your energy level. Join us for lunch. It will be served right outside the conference hall to your right. If you wish to use the facilities, it will also be served to your right. We will resume promptly at 1:50. See you this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah.
Just tell them before posting any picture, let them show me in the social media.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Will begin in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from what was hopefully a lovely break that allowed great networking opportunities. We now have the pleasure of a keynote on advancing women's leadership and representation in senior management roles in the private sector. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Her Excellency Shamsa Saleh, who is the CEO of Dubai Women Establishment and Gender Balance Council.
Good afternoon, everybody, and happy International Women's Day. My name is Shamsa Saleh. I'm representing the UAE Gender Balance Council today to talk about the gender portfolio and the partnership with the private sector and how we fulfill the gaps in leadership position in certain sectors in the UAE, especially when it comes to the private sector. So basically, the UAE Gender Balance Council was established in 2015 with the goal of being a role model in the gender equality in the region. We were given like an objective to reach, to be within or amongst the top 25 countries globally in gender equality by 2021. And with all reforms and leadership support that we got, we reached top 18 only in 2020 and UAE gender, in UNDP Gender Inequality Index. So we'll go briefly through the list of initiative and legislation that we introduced, especially in the private sector. The most important law that we focused on is women representation in the leadership position, specifically in the private sector, by facilitating all enablers like equal pay policy. And we were like the first country in the region to introduce such law in the public and private sector. The second law that really accelerate the women representation in leadership position was women on board in listed companies of financial market. In 2021, the government introduced a mandatory law of women representation in the private sector and listed companies, which really helped us to accelerate this agenda further and increase women participation in the private sector leadership positions. On a government level and political participation, the UAE introduced the Women in Parliament law by 50% in 2019, which is implemented in ground the same year. So this is one of the serious action that UAE has made in leadership sphere. And again, we do have we removed all the legal restriction on women works, like women working at night and in shift work and in different industry. So today, women has the freedom to access all sectors with no restriction. Also, in our discrimination law, we considered the gender aspect, where we included the gender. Discrimination by gender, and we removed all the restriction. And in the same year, there was a memo from the central bank to have an equality in treatment between men and women when it comes to access to credit and access to loans. So by all of these laws, we succeeded to again accelerate some agenda when it comes to increasing women participation in senior positions. And moving forward, we had some global partnership with IOs when it comes to global competitiveness reports to again measure ourselves and identify where are the gaps in the private sector and women participation. So the first global report that we really considered was the UNDP Gender Inequality Index by UN, and also the World Bank Women, Business and the Law, where it really helped us to identify the gaps on our legal system when it comes to gender portfolio. And also we are watching the gender gap report from the World Economic Forum, and we really fulfilled some gaps. Today we are first regionally in the 3 reports that we worked on, and we fulfilled the gaps. In the UNDP we ranked 18 globally, and in the Women, Business and the Law we ranked 72 globally. And when it comes to gender gap report also we are 72. So again, we also introduced a gender balance index for the banking sector, where we evaluate the organization, the financial organizations, and how they are performing when it comes to gender equality. And the winning bank was Standard Chartered, where they have the best practices in gender equality. And we also connect those best practices with our private sector companies. Also, when it comes to initiative, we have the Gender Balance Guide as a toolkit where the organization can use to implement the gender balance practices, especially the private sector. And we have different categories of, different level of categorization when it comes to gender balance. We have gold level, silver, and bronze, where we assess those companies on gender equality and which stage are there, and we help them to fulfill the gaps that they have in the internal system and the HR policies in those organizations. The second guide is the Women on Board Guide, where it's helped the women to know the basic of corporate governance and how to perform in the boardrooms. And we also introduced a training with the Institute of Corporate Governance to those women who are working on the private sector on both guides. Also, we have another report where we have the ABC of gender balance in the UAE since the inception of the country in 1971. Also, we really believe on global dialogue, where we host some sessions alongside of global conferences like CSWs and World Government Summit, and we discuss main issues on gender equality and produce some papers that has recommendations. We have global gender circles where we discuss gender-related issues and again, send recommendations to governments to implement those recommendations and ideas on fulfilling the gender gap. For example, the gender budgeting came out from one of those workshops, the global workshops. And the Gender Balance Council, also the idea of the council came out from the government summit after discussion with global leaders on what are the best practices on implementing gender equalities in government. And one of the ideas was to have a council reporting to the prime minister or to the government that advise on gender matters. Also, when it comes to SDGs, in 2016, the government introduced a global council for SDGs, and we were given a task of fulfilling all the gaps in SDG number 5, which is women empowerment and gender equality. So we had the National Committee for Sustainable Development Goals in 2016, where we had a very strong relation with private sector companies when it comes to introducing new initiatives to accelerate the women in leadership. And one of the recent initiatives that we are really proud of and we implemented with the private sector companies is the Gender Balance Pledge to accelerate the women participation in the leadership position. So the pledge is basically a commitment from the private sector companies to increase the women participation in the leadership position to 30% by 2025. So we had an advisory committee with the private sector to discuss different ideas to accelerate the women participation in the private sector. And we had 20 companies committed to implement the goal that given or that came out from this advisory council. So the gender balance acceleration pledge key elements is to ensure equal pays in the companies and promote gender equitable recruitment and promotion, and reflect our ambitious thoughts on policies and programs, and be transparent in sharing their best practices with other companies. So last month we signed with physically with 17 companies, multinational and private sector companies, to be committed to increase women participation in leadership position by 30% by 2025. So basically, this initiative is really, a commitment from a private sector, and it's a joint project with the government sector to accelerate the SDG number 5 by increasing women participation in private sector in leadership position. So thank you for listening. This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your presentation. To follow these inspiring words, please welcome Aldijana Sisik, who is the Chief Multi-Stakeholder Partnership and Advisory Service at UN Women. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you so much on my introductions. Let me introduce myself one more time, just because my name is very complicated. It's Aldijana Sisik. And yes, I'm Chief of the Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and Advisory Services in UN Women. The key word being multi-stakeholder partnerships. So you can imagine how much I love to network and reach. So please come and talk to me. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, partners, and my UN colleagues, happy International Women's Day. And I would love to be able to say that to you every day. So it's not just one day, but it's every day. I'm delighted to be here today, and in this really state-of-the-art venue that takes my breath away, to participate in this very important meeting of multi-stakeholder partnerships that includes private sector, public sector, civil society, supporters of UN Women, UN system. And my focus today will be on women's entrepreneurship. I was given 20 minutes to speak, but my speech will be about 5 to 7 minutes because we're running late, and I think it's very important to hear actually what people on a panel have to say, particularly people from this region and from this country. So I will introduce you to our work on women's entrepreneurship and try to describe some of the work we do in a project that we lead together with other 5 UN agencies and the private sector, which we called Women's Entrepreneurship Accelerator, or very short, WIA. It is a really ambitious plan, actually, to drive economic empowerment and entrepreneurship forward through the power and potential of this multi-stakeholder collaboration. So now you see why this word multi-stakeholder collaboration is very important for me. And allow me to just make a few points about how we see women's entrepreneurship helping us to achieve women's agenda, 2030 agenda. So gender equality and women's empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which we are celebrating here, that's Sdg5. And catalyzing women's entrepreneurship and economic empowerment actually accelerates the achievement of the Sdg5. Women's entrepreneurship helps end discrimination against women, 5.1, and ensures women's participation and leadership in decision-making. It's 5.2. It is one of main pathways for women's economic empowerment and equality because it has a multiplier effect, or what I call domino effect, on family well-being, poverty reduction, inclusive and equitable education, sustainable economic growth, innovation, reducing inequalities, climate action, and strengthening partnerships for sustainable development. So in all of these words that I mentioned, you would have recognized SDG1, SDG5, SDG8, 9, 10, 13, and 17. So women's entrepreneurship actually helps us accelerate achievement of all the other SDGs. And how entrepreneurship can drive transformational change. How women entrepreneurship can drive results in specific 4 areas which serve as the building blocks of a more gender equal world. So the first pillar for us is a governance and women's participation in public life. Women entrepreneurs disrupt many patterns of gender equality. Supporting women to start up and run successful business and gain financial stability helps them find their confidence and make part of the decision-making process in their houses and public life. With time, this helps change gender attitudes and perceived gender norms in their families and the societies they live in. The second pillar is about pathway to women's economic empowerment. Women entrepreneurs have a crucial role in the economic development of the country through employment generation for their communities, boosting innovation by bringing new values to products and services, and supporting economic growth of the country. The third pillar is entrepreneurship that helps women build a socio-economic environment that empowers them economically, and that means they become financially independent, and in cases where that is a situation, they can escape their abusers from, for example, sexual and gender-based violence. That's their way out. Finally, the fourth pillar is about women entrepreneurs that help rebuild post-conflict economies. In conflicts and disasters, women and girls often face the highest vulnerability and discrimination. I'm going to stop here from my written remarks and just bring in a little bit of personal perspective on this. I was born in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for those of you who know, Bosnia and Herzegovina was in war in 1992. So I have seen firsthand what women's entrepreneurship means when women become displaced, refugees, or in their own communities, when most of the men are displaced or killed, and women are responsible for bringing the next generation of the country and the community. Often, their support is crucial for the survival of that community. Often, women's entrepreneurship is a key to rebuild the community. I have seen that in my native Bosnia after the war and during the war, as well as I have seen that in many other countries where we had the conflict and where we were engaging in post-conflict development. So back to my remarks. All human capital is needed to elevate post-conflict poverty. When women-owned businesses move beyond micro-enterprises towards small and medium firms, they not only benefit the owner and the woman herself, but also create employment opportunities for others, men and women. Women entrepreneurs contribute to all 4 areas that I've spoke about independently, but also, of course, they're all interlocked and intersected. However, it is important that we speak and look at it primarily from this interlocked connection. For example, if you look at Rwanda, where women entrepreneurs were able to leave violent situations, that also helped them improve their economic situation. They had a seat at the table during the post-conflict reconstruction, and then that helped them increase their participation in the public life. Considering, with all this in mind, our work on women's entrepreneurship in UN system through this project called VIA, that was established in 2019, 19, as I said, was set up as a project of the 6 United Nations agencies and private sector. The ultimate goal of this initiative is to maximize development impact of women's entrepreneurship in achieving SDG by creating an enabling ecosystem for women entrepreneurs around the world. The emphasis in the word enabling ecosystem. Our project exemplifies the transformational power of the multi-stakeholder partnerships to harness the potential of women. This is why in this project we have private sector, we have governments, we have United Nations. Capitalizing on lessons learned and experiences of women entrepreneurs and programs, we then promote entrepreneurship as a decent work option for women, raise global awareness of the contribution of women entrepreneurs. Our goal is to empower 5 million women entrepreneurs by 2030 and to support investment mechanisms that target women entrepreneurship. Strategic priorities, well, based on multi-stakeholder partnership, you will hear this several times, I repeat, we operations are designed around 7 strategic objectives. That is formalization of informal women-owned businesses, so moving from informal economy to formal economy. Entrepreneurship education and training of women that explains to them opportunity and the moment to seize. Gender-responsive procurement and investment. We started building many multi-stakeholder dialogues to seize on the global moment and global outreach. Our aim is to raise national, regional, and global awareness, foster policy dialogue on positive contribution of women entrepreneurs in their communities and their countries. Our goal is also to create sustainable and inclusive innovation ecosystem through multi-stakeholder partnerships. Care and green entrepreneurship are the strategic priorities that have been added recently in 2022, and we began developing projects given the crucial importance of unpaid childcare and climate action. Unpaid care has been and is a major obstacle, and we heard about that today, on the path to achieving gender equality. And supporting women entrepreneurs in green economy is crucial to create new solutions for the climate change, for climate action. So just to show you maybe briefly before I finish, just to give you snippets of our collective work between 6 UN agencies. So entrepreneurship research and policy I was talking about is led by our ILO colleagues and focuses on the assessment of framework conditions for women's entrepreneurship and actionable recommendations. The International Trade Center is focused on entrepreneurship certificate program that actually now is in 4 languages, English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. The digital divide through development is addressed by our International Communications Union. Formalization of women entrepreneurs on transition from informal sector to formal sector is addressed by UNDP. And in UN Women, we are very much focused on gender-responsive procurement that we are leading together with our colleagues from United Nations Global Compact. To come to the end of this very short presentation, I want to also end with call to action. On this occasion of the International Women's Day, I would like to make call to both public and private sector. A company cannot unlock the full potential of gender equality by only advancing women's participation and leadership in governance, but also by having gender-inclusive supply chains. This means by engaging more women entrepreneurs through different tiers of supply chains and buying from them through gender-responsive procurement policies. Thank you so much. I really want to thank my colleagues from UN Women here in our office who have organized this amazing event, and I look forward to talking to you about all of these issues further today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for these insightful perspectives, and apologies for the out-of-breath introduction. I was indeed breathless at the amazing lineup of today's panels. And for now, on facilitating our access to finance and market opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Please join me on welcoming to the stage our moderator, Raidan Al-Sakaf, economist at the United Nations office in Abu Dhabi. Welcome.
And you're doing a fantastic job, by the way.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Raidan Al-Sakaf from the United Nations office in UAE in Abu Dhabi. It's an interesting topic that we have for our session now in terms of facilitating access to finance and market opportunities. It is at the core of the economic development agenda for women. And I would like to thank the organizers, the General Women Union Women, for trusting me to handle such an important session. I hope I'll do all right. One thing I've learned along the way is to always follow the money. Perhaps it's my training as an economist, and perhaps it's my Hadrami genetics that allow me to always look at where the money is and what the dynamics are involved. But a key issue in that is when we do follow the money is that we want to see how can you really say that you support women entrepreneurship while your balance books do not prove that you're actually allocating sufficient funding and sufficient support to these initiatives. So that is something that we hope to touch on this topic in this session. As you've heard from the previous statements and the discussions today, there has been a wide range of initiatives and measures and achievements and statistics and all sorts of things, but the key issue for me is in terms of trying to see what does that mean in reality. Is it really working in the eyes of women leaders and women entrepreneurs? And this is one key area that we'll try to touch on today. So please join me in welcoming this panel. I'd like to invite my colleague, Sara Tabana, who is an author, restaurateur, and fintech mentor. She's also the Vice President for Strategic Partnerships at the Dubai International Financial Center, Fintech Hive, the largest financial technology accelerator in the region. Sara? We also have Lucy Chow. She is an innovation guru and entrepreneurship enthusiast. She's also the senior senator for the UAE at the World Business Angels Investment Forum. Listen. We also have Adnan Mirza. He is a senior manager at the Mohammed bin Rashid Fund for SMEs and brings a wealth of experience. Yes, and brings a wealth of experience in assessing business proposals and making dreams happen. So, Mohammed, please join us. Adnan, sorry. Finally, we have Sharjeel Bashir, who is a sustainability champion driving many of the efforts behind First Abu Dhabi Bank's ESG strategy through his role as the bank's chief sustainability officer. Sharjeel. Thank you. And let me say that as a qualifier that all the men on this panel are strong advocates for gender equality. So it's not being over. So perhaps, Sara, we can start with you. I understand that you have a personal story to share with us on what it means to be a woman entrepreneur.
Sure. So this is a very personal story for me. Back in 2016, I founded the first certified sustainable restaurant across the Middle East and Africa. We started here in Dubai, so we set up shop here in Dubai. And we had big dreams. We wanted to take over the world, right? We wanted to take over the world in this sector. We wanted to change the status quo, how things are done. We were 4 partners. Actually, one of them is here today. Hi, Rona. We were 4 partners. We put our own money into the business. We worked around the clock. And in a couple of years, we were able to have our main restaurant, and we opened a couple of pop-ups. Now, we're going to move fast forward to March 2020. We anticipated the long-term effect that COVID was going to have. And we had a solution. So we had a plan. We said we were going to move all of the operations into a cloud kitchen. We're going to close the dine-in, and we're just going to have a delivery-only business. And we thought, you know, this is a way for us to be able to turn this misfortune into a fortune. So we tried to sell the physical location. Obviously, no one wanted to buy a restaurant during COVID, so we didn't have money. We looked around for financing options. We couldn't find anything. We continued to run a closed restaurant for a year, paying for all of the expenses, until we were able to finally sell it a year later. When we sold it, we just made enough money to be able to pay our debts, and we closed. That's the end of my story.
It's an important reminder is that a big part of the small and medium enterprises do not always make it, especially at times of crisis.
Yeah.
And if the support is not there at the time you need it the most, then what's the point of all this discussion in terms of empowering women and supporting women business leaders? So thank you for sharing your story with us, and I hope that's not really the end of it. It's true that talking about restaurants after lunch is not always the best timing, but perhaps we can ask our colleague Lucy also to share some reflections. This is probably one of many, many stories that you've come across. Can you share with us some reflections on that?
Yes, so let me start with a few statistics I'm sure everyone's very familiar with. We had a banner year last year in terms of VC funding into the region. So exciting. It was 2.8, almost 2.9 billion into MENA. And unfortunately, though, we had an all-time low of 5-year low of funding for female startups. It was 1.2%. So we went backwards at a time when we had, when the VC market all around the world was booming. So, so that's obviously disappointing. And so a lot of the work that I do is obviously advocating for more funding to go to female founders and mixed founding teams. And how do we go about that? One of the things that we realize, and I think we sit at a lot of panels like this, and I think a lot of female founders get tired of hearing that there's not enough money for their startups. And we realize that if there are more women making the decisions, the funding decisions, so whether they're angels or GPs, a general partner in a VC, then they're twice as likely to ensure funding goes to female founders. So we're trying to move the dial that way through initiatives such as 2022 Female Angels, where we're trying to sign up. The mission is to sign up 2022 female angels in MENA by the end of this year. So if we get more women feeling comfortable investing, then chances are they're going to invest in other female founders. What we're also finding is that female entrepreneurs are also very likely to fund other female founders. Yeah.
That's an interesting observation in terms of solidarity. But nonetheless, the numbers are going down, and that is an alarming development. We want them to continue doubling and redoubling until we achieve parity at least.
Yeah.
Because I do know from also similar research is that initiatives done and led by women are always doing better. Not only better for the bottom line, but also better for society.
Yes, well, it's a fact that the returns on, if you invest in a female-founded business or a mixed team-founded business, the returns are usually 60% more on the dollar. So the statistics are there, and obviously as funders you want to make money, but why is there still not the money going to female founders? And of course that comes back to unconscious bias. So again, just advocating that perhaps we ask investors to look at the data points versus what they perceive the competencies are of someone pitching to them. Look at the data points, not the sex of the individual.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more to the story. Maybe we can move to our colleague Adnan and share from his reflections as well. The Mohammed bin Rashid Fund celebrates 10 years now since its founding, and it has a fantastically ambitious mission. So perhaps you can share with us if you share the same reflections on financing women-led
I believe that our leadership have come up with a unique ecosystem that are comfortable with all the women entrepreneurships. We start from development and advisory for the women entrepreneurship up to on the early stage until we fund the whole project. This is how it goes. We have a certain vision that we work with. Our aim, our mandate is to help all the women entrepreneurship, and we have to establish an equal gender equality funding for all the entrepreneurships.
So have you been achieving that? Were you able to achieve?
We're working on that, and we're working toward with the vision of the government to achieve that.
So what's unique about proposals developed by women? What are some of the key elements that make them more likely to be funded?
We noticed that most of the women that applies in Dubai SME, they like to do some fashion entrepreneurship businesses. So therefore, we have opened an incubation for them to ease and to waive some of the fees that when they want to start. It will make them easier for them to start their own business, because that will waive much of them from the capital to start. So we take much from the hassle that women entrepreneurs when they want to open their business. So.
If I can drill you a little bit more on that, and this is not personal, but can you tell me a little bit more about the successes that women achieve in their proposals, not only in specific sectors like fashion, but also in other sectors as well?
I'll give you an example of a woman who used to work for supplying medical supplies.
Okay.
She used to work, like her turnover before the pandemic was 40,000 dirham. When the pandemic started, it was in her favor. So most of her medical supplies were asked from her company, and that led to an increase in her turnover to 1.5 million. So you can see the difference between how was she used to do and how that pandemic affected her business dramatically.
That's quite significant, although I judge it's not the rule, because you happen to be in the medical sector during a pandemic, so therefore we expect that kind of growth. Yeah. But my key interest is also trying to take that argument in other sectors. Perhaps we can ask our colleague Sharjeel here on to share some insights on that. The First Abu Dhabi Bank is the leading financial institution in the UAE. So you're leading by example, I hope. You have adopted a number of international standards like UNEP's Principles for Responsible Banking, a number of other initiatives. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about the inner workings within the bank of what motivates you to lead on this direction.
So I think, first of all, I would like to highlight the importance of Dubai SMEs playing also for the financial sector, that we have the setup like we have in this country, which is extremely important. But from FAB's perspective, and as being a leading bank in the country, we came out with our ESG strategy earlier this year. And a key part of our strategy was to focus on the social aspect. How do we focus on diversity? How do we focus on financial inclusion and financial literacy as well? When we were doing the research, we of course looked through our own portfolio and say, how are we focusing on women-led SMEs? And the numbers weren't looking good, let's be honest. There was definitely a challenge. Then we researched and said, how is this similar comparison internationally? How is this being done in other places? And when we look into, as an example, in UK, we saw that 17% of the SMEs were women-led. In 2015, there was a very focus put into this topic in UK, and they managed to bring it up to more than 35% in 5 years, right? So then we started to look into what is it that has worked well, what can we take from that, and how can we implement it within our own perspective. So one of the things we have been working on, and which we're going to launch in next quarter, is to have an exclusive setup for female-led entrepreneurs, where we are basically trying to create a network where we can go and support, where we can share our knowledge, that what is it that it requires, what are the main challenges you face as an entrepreneur, and what are the challenges we have been known about, which we can share. We also want to take the insights from the entrepreneurs to say, how can we establish better products, better services for this specific segment itself. So that is specifically what we are doing from this perspective. And also, I think it's extremely important that we get more insights, that where is it that we are failing. And that's why Sarah's story is extremely important, that, you know, what could we have done as a bank, as a financial sector, to support more of these initiatives. And from a banking perspective, it's extremely important for us to be there to support our customers through the cycle, and not only when things are good, but also when something like pandemic comes, that we are there to support, and that's how you create sustainable growth in this sector.
Tell me more. You just mentioned that you're working more in terms of the S, in terms of the ESG, and that you're building on experiences from other parts of the world. So did that influence the design of your products in terms of catering to different market segments or groups?
I think at this point, it has not done yet. So we are still trying to create and get that insight that what is it that we need to do differently. So some of the things we have seen work in other places and trying to take some of the learning is to create a network and get that insight. Sitting together with the customer and saying, what is it that you need, instead of we just develop a product in our lab and go out and try to sell it one size fits all, and try to customize the product that what is the specific need here. Is the need, is it the capital that is the requirement? Is it the awareness? Because awareness was one of the key challenges we found out as well. And also awareness internally, because they're servicing all customers in one way is not a good way to handle this. So how do we educate and raise awareness among our colleagues and employees to service entrepreneurs within different sectors, and also women-led entrepreneurs as well? So how do we handle that? So those are some of the things we are working on.
That's a very interesting approach in terms of looking at what your client needs. But I'm partial to the agenda of financing opportunities for women. So I'd like to drill you a little bit further on that. So what's your vision like? I mean, if your client doesn't come forward immediately and say, I want this and that, how can you make the change that you want to see in the society that you operate in, going back to the S and ESG? And what kind of language can we expect in your policy? You are the leader, so lead us.
Yeah, and I think we need to look at S from a more wider perspective. So it's not only about how you support the SMEs and how you can create more business, even though that is the topic today. This also comes by how do we get a more diverse workforce in the organization as well. So as an example, we as an organization have 40% female and 60% male in the organization, but that is not seen through the full organization. In the more senior level, we are not as diverse as we are through the workforce. However, that is also something we need to work with. The more diverse you're going to become, the better service are you going to give, right? So you will have the unconscious bias will not be such bias, hopefully, in the future. So it's not only about, for us, that where can we make the business, it's also about doing the right thing. And when we are speaking about gender equality, it is the right thing that we have a better balance. That is something we are working on. It also not only about gender equality, it's also about servicing your vulnerable segments. So how do we, so now today we are discussing females in finance, but we could also look into people of determination. How do we service them? So when a customer comes in with the people of determination, how do we service them? So S is so much more than only one nuance of it, and that's what we are trying to capture across different initiatives.
Thank you. That was actually quite profound in terms of coming from a banker specifically, that you're trying to look at your social impact and trying to cater to the different needs of members of society.
I think it's a key thing. In order to face the challenges that are ahead of us for the coming generations, I think it's extremely important that we move away from only looking at the E on ESG or the G, but we need to look at the full spectrum.
Thank you. Sarah, you've heard from both colleagues, you heard from Adnan about the incubators and about trying to go beyond the sectoral work, and you've heard about the good work that the banker is working on. So does this make sense to you, or this actually didn't materialize when you needed it?
Okay, so I think that there are solutions that are out there. If I were to break this down from an entrepreneur's perspective, I would say that there are probably 6 things that I would want to focus on. So the first thing is, I'm looking for a solution, not a product. A solution means that it's something that's going to meet my needs as an entrepreneur based on my specific requirements and based on my specific challenges. A product is a product. I think that something that's more solution-driven is what I'm looking for. The second thing is access. So how can I get access to all of these things that are in the market? How am I supposed to understand? And again, as an entrepreneur, now I'm in a different place, so now I understand how to get access. But when I first started this journey, I don't know where I can get access to all of these things, right? The third is time. As the larger institutions are building these programs and are trying to change in terms of how they do things and trying to support entrepreneurs, especially women, I don't have time because every day is a crisis. When we started COVID, We don't have time or money to be able to wait around for an entire year. We don't have that, right? So I think that this is something that also, you know, time is of the essence. We need something that's accessible. We need something that meets our needs today, not in a week, not in a month, not in a year. The fourth thing is cost efficiency. So we also need a solution that is going to be cost efficient for us. Fifth is the process. Sometimes you're able to get access to things, but then you find the process doesn't really support you to be able to go through another 2 months of trying to sign up and fill out forms and understand what the proposition is and how it can help you, so the process doesn't really support. Finally, clarity and awareness. So there are options out there. I think it's really great that you're trying to develop some sort of mentorship that is going to really understand and help the entrepreneurs to understand what makes sense for them. I think that for professionals, don't underestimate the knowledge that you have. I think if you dedicate 5 to 10% of your professional life mentoring other people, either through formal programs or just mentoring your colleague, mentoring the person that you meet on the street, I think that that goes a long way. So being able to provide mentorship, whether it's formal or informal, and being able to push every person that you meet in your professional life just a little bit forward, I think goes a long way.
Well, thank you, Sarah, and thank you for doing your homework. I jotted these notes down. Yeah, so just to recap, for our colleagues not taking notes here, the financiers, it's an issue of tailoring the solutions, as you mentioned. So we are not product, it's an issue of tailoring it to what they need, which can be, which contrasts a little bit in terms of the process and bureaucracy, because tailoring requires a bit of effort. There is also an issue of the variety of instruments, and maybe we'll get to that in a second as well. The issue of time and cost efficiency, I think there might be some improvements on that. And there are some direct, specific ways in which we can work on it. But I like the last point you mentioned on mentorship. This is something that we can do now, which will help across the board in all the different areas. Hand-holding can go a long way, especially in the early stages. So when you mentioned the issue of solidarity, when you mentioned the issue of supporting the broader community, I think we need to see a lot more initiatives coming up that line. So please keep that in mind. Lucy, I was looking at your resume and your profile, and I was quite fascinated, actually, by the work that you've done. Maybe we can pivot to also other options, not waiting for action from our usual financing sources, and looking at fintech, for instance, financial technologies, crowdfunding, and other instruments. What kind of future do they have in helping address the gender gap in accessing finance?
You know, I'm going to talk more about my knowledge in terms of private sector and initiatives within the private sector. But it totally, you know, I've also been doing my homework and taking a look at all the wonderful collaborations that the UN Women have with the likes of Procter & Gamble and Coca-Cola. And I personally would like to see money, like tangible money, going towards founders. And, you know, there's amazing initiatives such as Expo Live, for instance, where they were giving out, you know, 100,000 US dollar grants, and they were also doing follow-on rounds too, right? They've been doing that for 3 years. Because at the end of the day, the money is what's required. Absolutely, mentorship's important. I also talk a lot about amplifying success stories. So I loved the succinct points that Sarah pointed out. And so maybe let me just jump to amplifying success stories. You know, if an entrepreneur isn't given a platform, so a young entrepreneur said to me, a female, okay, so I didn't go to Stanford, I didn't go to Harvard, so I don't have that network. So I don't even know where I would get my first media interview, for instance. And you cannot underestimate the power of being able to have a platform like this where you can sit on a stage and talk about your business. Majority of people, majority of women founders don't have a platform. So I think it's very important, and the work we're doing within the World Business Angels Forum, for instance, one of the things is to amplify success stories of successful female founders and talk about their companies. And when you do that, then actually the money comes to you. Founders or investors come to you. So that's the amplifying success. Let's go back to the funding. So again, things like the Prince William's Earthshot Prize, right? He gives £1 million to 5 impactful startups a year. I really want to see more initiatives, and UN can do this, right? UN can partner with private sector. So private sector, public partnerships, all to do with getting funding towards more impactful businesses. That's very important.
Exactly. We're looking at how can we capitalize on this wealth of experiences that was created through the pandemic. But also sometimes when you have a story that actually didn't materialize to the dream and the aspiration that you had, like Sarah's story, she would turn it around and then she will come up with her own innovations, capitalizing on fintech technology, right?
Yeah, correct.
Tell us what's in the pipeline for you?
So actually, one of the speakers earlier said something that caught my attention. So Dr. Dina said, you are part of the solution. I truly believe in that. My mom is watching remotely. So, my parents growing up, they wanted to make sure that anything that becomes a problem, you go and fix it. So that's pretty much what I did. So 2.5 years ago, I decided to move into the financial technology sector. Said, I can't get access for money, let me go and figure out what's going on. So since I moved into that space, so I'll pause for a second, just so that you guys understand the relevance. So according to the World Bank, MENA has the widest gender gap when it comes to financial services for women. So 35% of women are unbanked in the MENA region, 52% of men are unbanked, okay? 35% of women are banked, so the majority of women are unbanked, and 52% of men are banked, so about 50%. Another statistic that I think is important is that fintech is the fastest growing industry, or one of the fastest growing industries in this region also. The growth rate of innovation is 20 to 30%, okay? So we have an industry that's growing very fast. We have a need which is mostly women. The majority of women in this region do not have access to financial services, okay? Now let's look at the fintech industry and how we're able to meet that demand. 30% of women are in the fintech industry, so it's male dominant. 70% are male, 30% are women. 5.6% are CEOs, 5.6. 4% are in leadership position, right? So we have a problem. The market, most of it, or the majority of it, is going to impact women's well-being. It's not just going to impact them economically, it'll impact them economically and socially. Yet most of the professionals in that field are men. Most of the decisions are being made by men. So we go back to my story and why I think this is an area that we need to be as women. We understand the market. We understand the problems. We're empathetic. We understand what the women and what challenges they're facing. So why are the numbers not reflecting that? I think women should take leadership positions in the fintech space. I think more women should be employed in the fintech space. I think more entrepreneurs should look at the fintech space as a great opportunity to make an impact on other women's lives across this entire region. And that's pretty much why I decided to move into that space. Am I going to go back to roots and open again in the future? Absolutely, Rona. I think that in the future, I'm looking at maybe opening again, but right now we have a problem and an opportunity that we can all work on and fix. So I think I'm in the right place.
Well, yeah, definitely. Thank you for sharing your story with us, your observations, and all your diligent work. Your mom must be very proud. And that also goes to speak about, are we chasing the curve which is keeping recycling itself? And that's also a message for our colleagues at UN Women, and Aldiana specifically giving you work on partnerships. It's a critical issue for us to see what kind of the new economy, where is it being created, and what does it look like, and how equitable it is from a gender perspective point of view. And I would like to come back to our colleague Adnan also, because he touched on some of these issues in terms of having an incubator and trying to be a little bit more responsive from a gender perspective. and ask you, based on our discussion, based on the 6 points that Sarah has shared, the points that Lucy has mentioned, what does the future look like? What would the next 10 years look like? What's the direction?
I believe our government vision is to support women, and I think this is enhancing year by year. We're touching this, we're living this. That's why I think since we're doing this for women, it will be continuing. This is an ongoing thing. I mean, supporting women is an ongoing thing, an ongoing file. This is my...
Yeah, I do hope that by the time we celebrate the next International Women's Day, everybody said it, but I'm saying it again, Happy International Women's Day, is that we be in a position to say that half of our beneficiaries and our partners are actually women-led enterprises, and the majority of them, and it's a variety of sectors, not only in terms of medical care and in terms of fashion, but also in terms of mechanical maintenance of automotives, or all sorts of other different sectors. So that's the aspiration. And I'd like to recognize the work of the fund. It's quite a unique establishment, and it does a lot of interesting work. So thank you very much for your engagement. Sharjeel, perhaps being our banker here on this panel, what does the future look like?
I think, first of all, I think that great points made by Sarah. So now I can go home and cross-check and say whether we have covered them all. So thanks for that. No, I think what future holds is that all the institutions, whether it's the financial sector or not, needs to focus on diversity, needs to focus on inclusion, needs to, as a financial sector, we need to focus on financial literacy, as I mentioned before, and was well commented by Sarah as well. I think that's important. And when you got the diversity through your organizations, when you have women in the leading positions as well, and we've got equality, then naturally you will not have these bias that we are discussing today, unfortunately. So that's going to be a very important point. We also need to look internally and say, what can we do ourselves to change this? How can we impact on this? One of the things we will be looking at is, and we are working on, is how can we change our supply chain that we encourage more female-led entrepreneurs coming through that. So what can we do from that perspective, right? So today, we don't do any kind of discrimination. However, how can we give more a positive impact of that? Can we do more to go and search for the right female-led entities to support us in our supply chain? So those are some of the things we can do. Otherwise, there's a lot we can do from an influencing perspective, which we're definitely going to do as well.
Yeah. That's the responsibility of a leader in the sector.
It needs to be.
You're expected to work more on diversity and keep raising the bar.
Absolutely.
But I still go back to the point that Lucy mentioned, is that there is still financial inflows are going towards women-led enterprises or enterprises that have a better representation of women. I do look forward to hearing from you on the outcomes of your ongoing consultations to develop a policy. I do hope that your upcoming policy will have some clear language that says organizations which receive preferential funding or whatnot are not only the promising sectors of so-and-so, but also have a better representation in different areas, or at least capturing the data.
Absolutely.
That's a starting point. Yeah. So that's finger crossed. And I know that amazing things have happened in the UAE, and amazing things will continue to happen in the UAE, and we look forward to the leadership of everybody else.
Indeed.
So just to conclude, I do hope that through our consultations we were able to make a dent in this conversation about financing. And through our interactions and our engagements and working with a variety of partners, it's always critical for us to keep pushing the bar. We are not making the progress that we would like to achieve, and that's costing our societies, that's costing our economies, and that's costing our recovery from the pandemic. So at least with some takeaways, I'd like to wish you, Sarah, Lucy, and all colleagues, best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Looking forward to learning more about it. I'm trying to educate myself about the fintech sector, but now it scares me that it's actually more unequal than what we currently have. But hopefully we'll be able to get that in check very quickly. Thank you very much.
I believe that entrepreneurship is in the UAE's DNA.
بلاد الإمارات أتاحت لي فرصة كبيرة إني أفتح بزنس منزلي، يعني ممكن إنه يكون الشخص ما عنده شو نقول راس المال الكبير، مجرد راس مال بسيط ورخصة تجارية يقدر يفتح مشروع منزلي.
المرأة هي الركيزة الأساسية في مجتمع دولة الإمارات، والدولة دائما داعمة لنا.
The UN Women NEMA program are crucial to helping entrepreneurs continue to push forward.
It is the spirit of entrepreneurship and community and encouragement that actually even in the darkest times helps you get through.
يساهم برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمرأة ونماء في تمكين المرأة، مساعدتها في تقديم المهارات اللازمة.
I think it's the overwhelming support that you find in these programs. There's a lot of different programs for everything. There's seminars for literally everything that crosses your mind.
The UN Women sessions were really helpful in me getting to know what I need to do to get my business to the next level.
I think they are to the point and they understand what entrepreneurs need.
It's like them taking them step by step, you know? It's like them holding their hands and let's start together.
قامت ورش عمل أثرت تفكيرنا، فتحت لنا آفاق جديدة، ألهمتنا بطريقة إيجابية على مشاريعنا.
Being part of NEMA and the UN program, there was a lot of knowledge exchange with relevant stakeholders.
I love to be a part of those initiatives when I can meet women from all around the world and we are standing for each other, we support each other and we learn from each other.
استفدت من خلال حضوري للورش التعرف على أحدث الممارسات العالمية وأيضا بناء علاقات مع أصحاب المشاريع والتعرف على العقبات اللي تواجههم.
برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمرأة ونماء خلق بيئة حاضنة وممكنة للنساء لتطويرهم كرائدات أعمال ناجحات.
Thank you, Raidan and panelists, for the insightful conversations as well as the best practices that you've shared and the call for actions that were mentioned. The video we've just seen shows us the positive impact that a program partnered through a partnership with NAMA and UN Women for supporting women entrepreneur has. So we see that today's conversation is really crucial in the empowerment of women's entrepreneur, but also in the economic empowerment of women as in general. For our next panel, on facilitating access to finance and market opportunities. Apologies. For our next panel discussion on gender lens investment, challenges and opportunities for the MENA and beyond, please join me in welcoming to the stage Eva Amel, who will moderate the panel. Please.
Thank you. Oh, this is bright. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to UN Women for inviting me to moderate this very exciting panel with an excellent group of speakers. My name is Eva Hamel. I am the World Bank resident representative for the UAE. I'm new to the UAE. I've only been here for about 6 months, so it's been quite a learning journey for me, having taken this post. Prior to joining in person here in Abu Dhabi, I worked extensively on women's economic empowerment, and I'm here with my colleague who led this work. We heard earlier today from Dr. Shamsa about some of the amazing achievements that we have witnessed here in the UAE, especially in the space of legal empowerment for women. As the World Bank Group, we often concern ourselves with the ecosystem that exists for women. Earlier, in the previous panel, we heard about entrepreneurship. In this panel, we're going to talk about gender-based, gender-lensed investments. For all of these things to prosper, we need to create the right ecosystem. And this is where the role of policymakers comes in. The UAE has been perhaps the most ambitious reformer in this space. And in the last couple of years alone, we have seen some groundbreaking changes here in the country that have really brought greater parity in the legal system between men and women. UAE became the first country in the Middle East to introduce parental leave in the private sector. And we already hear anecdotes from the private sector that men are now taking advantage of this parental leave, and it's a welcome move and a welcome signal to both men and women, to take advantage of this new policy. We have seen introductions of really important legal aspects related to access to finance, such as the introduction of non-discrimination based on gender in access to credit, which was introduced by the central bank and is now being applied by commercial banks across the country. We have also seen another provision on equal pay for work of equal value. This is, again, quite groundbreaking, and I think now it's in the early stages of implementation, across the various agencies within government and private sector. And for us, it will be really interesting to see how it is being implemented. So this, in a way, is sort of the ecosystem and what the government's role is in creating the right environment for women to become entrepreneurs, to access credit, and to become investors in a more ambitious way. So today's session, I am very pleased to be joined by a very distinguished panel. I will start with Ms. Sophia Swire, who is the founder of a company whose name says Jedi. And for the Star Wars fans in the room, that is probably an automatic appeal. It actually stands for Gender Equity Diversity Investments. And I would now like to invite Sophie to join me on stage. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
We're also joined by Minouche Abdelmagid. I hope I did not butcher your name. Please join us. She's the CEO at Mezan and is joining us from Cairo, Egypt. And last but not least, we have Karine de Meyer, who's the founder and CEO of Women of the World. And if my information is correct, she was named one of the top 50 global inspiring women this year. Please give her a warm welcome. And I believe we are joined virtually by Mabinti. Is she with us? Oh, yes, excellent. Mabinti Koroma Moore, who is the founder and CEO of Live Africa. Please give her a warm welcome as well. Thank you. So we will start the conversation today. I would like to start with Sophie Swire, who has been involved in gender and gender-lensed investments for many years. To give us a little bit of an overview, just to set the stage a bit for us on the latest trends in this space, what we are seeing lately, what are some of the trends, the prospects, and how does the future look in this space?
Okay.
Sophie.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of your panel. It's wonderful to meet you all. My dear friend Karine. As you rightly say, I've been involved in investing in women for most of my life in one form or another. Back in the day, I started out in finance and then went off to the Hindu Kush to set up schools for women. And I found that investing in women, if you wanted to get stuff done, was the way to go forward. And then in 2016, I started receiving requests from female founders who were reaching out to me and asking me if I would look at their business plans. And so from that point on, I started investing in female-led businesses, female-founded businesses. And then, of course, the Me Too movement broke in 2018, and all the statistics started coming out around the lack of access to finance for female founders. At the time, I think the figures were something like 3%. Around 2016, it was around, maybe it was around 2 or 3%. I actually couldn't believe it. Having spent many years in Afghanistan, where a huge amount of aid money had been going into female founders and female-led businesses, what I discovered was that the amount of capital, or rather the percentage of capital going to female founders in the West, was less than the amount of capital going to female founders in Afghanistan. So I read all the reports. Many reports came out around the time by PitchBook and Ernst & Young and Boston Consulting Group. And I learned that there were many reasons that this was so. And one of the reasons was that there were very few females in finance. When I'd been in finance all those years ago, I'd been on a dealing room floor with 500 men, and I was one of only 3 women, but that was 20 years previously. And I couldn't believe that this was still the case, that only something like at the time, I think less than 10% of decision makers in venture capital firms were female. Now it's 11%. And believe it or not, the statistic is actually now 2% of global private equity and venture capital funding that is going to female founders. It's down from 20 to the 2016 levels, back to the 2016 levels, even though more money than ever before is going to female founders, 664 billion last year, but proportionally way more is going to the blokes. So there's a lot to be done. And I think you asked what I felt the prospects were. Well, we've heard from many wonderful speakers today, and we're going to hear from others this afternoon. There's an enormous global push now to invest in women. There are female-founded funds, there are female angel networks that are popping up all over the place. There's a huge desire to make a difference, to change these statistics, but also a recognition that female founders perform better. And I think we heard earlier from a number of the speakers that, basically if you invest in women, it's a very solid business opportunity. You actually get 2.5 times on average more returns than if you invest in a male-founded team.
Thank you, Sophie. This global push, I think we've all heard about it. We're all aware that there's a lot of rhetoric around it. But I'm now going to turn to Mabinti, who will give us a little bit of perspective on how this is playing out in Africa. If you are seeing this global push to invest in female-led enterprises actually coming to reality, or is it more rhetoric? And if you're seeing sort of an upward trend, what does that look like? Is it a slow trend? Is it really taking off? How does it look from where you're sitting?
Yeah, thank you for that question. across the African continent, you're still seeing existing funding gaps. There is, of course, still rhetoric. There are new instruments that are being put in the market, but are we reaching the needs of women? And I think that we're not really fulfilling the needs, and I think there needs to be more. And we need to address those gender biases that exist from origination throughout the due diligence process all the way down to capital allocation. There was really a great article that was really insightful in the Journal of Sustainable Finance and Investment called Triple Dissonance. And it's women fund managers using a gender lens in Africa. And so when you think of those three elements, you think about the additional challenge of having diversity even within investment teams of African women. And so I think this is an opportunity, this platform, as well as many actors in the private sector through the United Nations and other partners to really amplify the need for more capital across the African continent and for African women, but also to include that diversity and the cultural context, providing investment instruments to meet the needs of African women from startups to emerging fund managers. So I think there's an ample opportunity here and would love to kind of dive in more so looking at solutions that are aligned to the market and aligned to our current needs and growing needs.
Thank you, Mabinti. You mentioned an important point that I think it seems that it continues to be one of the key obstacles to increasing investment in female-led enterprises. I want to turn now a little bit to the Middle East and North Africa and hear from Minouche on exactly this point, on sort of your experience with some of these preconceived notions and some of the baggage that comes with being a woman and into this male-dominated space, traditionally male-dominated space. What has been your experience here in the Middle East? Do you find this sort of improving? What does sort of the near future look like from where you're sitting?
So I started my career over 20 years ago. I was the only woman in the room in most of the meetings. I kind of still am, but I think that the MENA region has come a long way. We're not there yet. We still suffer from the highest gender gap in the world. It will take us 145 years to close that gap. There has been improvement on the political participation. We have more female representations in the cabinets. We have more female representations in parliament. But in terms of economic participation, we're significantly lagging behind. In Egypt, women represent 50% of university graduates, yet 22% of the workforce. And I just want to go back a little bit about gender lens and gender smart investing, the definition. I prefer the term gender smart investing because I think it's very smart to invest around women. And when I founded Mizan, I always used the term gender smart investing. Originally, the term originated in 2009 as gender lens, but when the IFC and CDC issued the guidelines for fund managers and for LPs, for investors, it used the term gender smart. And the definition goes beyond only investing in female-led companies and female founders, because I think that the entire idea is to make every company in the Middle East gender-friendly. It's to pave the career paths for women, to ensure there's higher retention. So you have 23% only of the workforce female representation, and they're 5 times more likely to remain unemployed. And the retention rate, as they progress through their career, is even lower than that. Sophie was talking about just the investments and investing in women. Today, there's around $100 trillion that are assets under management globally, 89% managed by men. Yeah. Women are not represented as fund managers. globally. And there's a lot of statistics that when you have more women represented in the investment committees taking these investment decisions, they will support more women and they will push corporations to be more gender balanced. Let alone, there's a very, very important research by the IFC that actually the more diverse the fund manager, it achieves 20% higher returns than all male-led fund managers. 20%, that's significant. And the business case for investing in women, the business case for making companies more gender diverse, the business case for supporting female-led fund managers is there. I think we just need to start taking the first steps, implementing it in the Middle East.
And if you had your wish list, sort of, if you could be in a position to make that happen, how do you see this implementation playing out?
There has to be a clear strategy around supporting more funds around the gender angle and understanding that gender smart investing does not mean we forgo financial return. Financial return is there. In fact, the financial return is even higher if you coin it around gender lens and gender smart investing. So the ecosystem needs to exist, starting from the angel, the seed, going into supporting more female-led companies, accelerators, and then moving into venture capital, private equity, and even secondaries. So you create an entire ecosystem around gender smart investing.
I think that's great. I think that's music to our ears, I think for most of us in this room. And I will come back to you on this in the next round. But let me quickly turn now to Corinne, who has such a wealth of experience. And I really would love to hear a little bit from you on some of the strategies, right? And some of the ideas that you have based on your very extensive experience, and perhaps you can start a little bit just telling us about your background and talk to us about what would you advise now women who are starting on this journey. What do you think their strategies should be going forward, you know, as they embark on their path?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be able to speak here. I think what I always say to women, surround yourself with other strong women. I was educated at a women's college in the United States, one of the 7 sister schools. And what I noticed, to be surrounded by 1,000 very bright women, there was no competition, because the fact that we'd all gotten into that school already was amazing. And we were all really supported and educated to actually really become the best version of ourselves. When I went to Harvard Business School later and the Kennedy School and actually studying women's studies there, I suddenly saw when I was in class, and you know, Harvard is famous for its cold calling, that the women were always prepared better than the men, and the men would bluff their way with an answer and nobody would dare to say, well, actually that was not correct. And then when the women were called upon to call, they actually had their numbers straight. It's something that Margaret Thatcher always used to say, know your numbers. She was actually surrounded by men, mostly in her government, but she did move the needle, I think, for a lot of women. And so I think when I came back into the workforce, I always tried to look for other women who were mostly better than me, or that at least that I could strive towards for. But that was difficult because there were not always so many women in the workforce. I think I became a female entrepreneur in 1998 already because I often thought I could do things quicker when I did it myself. I so often spent time on, you know, creating these beautiful strategies, and then I would just see somebody else actually put them in a drawer. And then like 6 months later, I'm sorry to say, but often a guy would take my plan and say, hey, I actually have a great solution for this. And that's when I thought, okay, I'm going to move a different strategy. So you need to stay in control. You need to be your own pilot. I mean, it's sometimes very nice to sit over and have somebody else actually, drive. But I think then you're not always getting where you want to be. And then you end up being further away. I think when I really got into impact investing for women is when I was part of the TED Women movement. And I'm actually here with my Women of the World delegation here. Women, make yourself heard. I was very stimulated in 2019 coming here when I saw that this was going to be the first World Expo with a women's pavilion, and I want to actually thank Cartier Women's Initiative for sponsoring that. And I was actually, when we were sitting in the taxi over here, I said, because I know that this whole expo terrain is going to be, you know, like a skeleton maybe in a month's time, like an Olympic village. I really hope that the Women's Pavilion is going to have a future place in Dubai or in the UAE somewhere, because we went there this morning as the first visit, and it's just amazing to see the impact of the women that they had in all walks of life. I wish I had been able to be the curator of that exhibition, because I would have learned so much, because women are so often written out of history. I mean, there was a wiki women media, you know, movement, and I funded it because there were names of women that were never in the history books. I study women's literature, and it's the same thing. So, to cut it short, I'm part of the Female Angels Steerco Committee. It was a result that was formed out of my October visit here. We're actually launching it this week. We're walking around with Female Angels t-shirts. And it's interesting, the woman who actually founded it, her name is Sophie Smith. I'm certain you've heard her name. She's a rock star female entrepreneur in the femtech, health tech sector. Napta Health is the name of her company. I actually am a small venture partner and investor in it. And the moment word was out that she was one of the women behind it, male investors started to back off. And they were like, well, you know, so the moment that you step up and you make yourself visible in an investment world towards men don't like that. So you need to do it in a way a little bit subtle. Find your, you know, so Sophie and I are actually part of JEDI, which is something that you will talk about too. We need to make, you know, create yourself with powerful women and do it together and invest in other women. And then that's a good example towards other women.
Thank you. I think the message is loud and clear. Surround yourself with female role models and get support and inspiration from them on a daily basis. I will turn back to Mabinti now to see, do you see this happening in Africa? I mean, we're talking today, we have a representation from Africa and here in the Middle East. I'd like to hear a little bit from you on that. Do you see sort of these growing communities of women that are supporting each other and opening doors for each other and mentoring each other? Do you see this happening in your space? And I think I would have then the same question for you, Manoush.
Thank you for that question. I do think it's happening in this space. With Live Africa, we work with investors to help them understand their impact on gender, how they deploy capital. And then we also are raising a fund to invest in more early stage businesses. But what's been helpful for us is being a part of really strong networks. There's one network called the Women in African Investment Group. And there's also the Advancing Women Initiative, which is a group of emerging and existing women-led funds who are investing across the continent. And so it's really exciting to have these groups working together to share information on tips on how to set up your fund, tips on deals, identifying co-financing opportunities. An example is in Senegal, they have the Women Investment Club, which is a convening of angel investors who are women investing in other women. And so there are these communities that have emerged and continue to expand across the continent, which is giving us all hope. I think many of the panelists echoed some sentiments that resonate with a lot of these women groups, is enabling access to deeper networks. How can we collaborate as investors? How can we collaborate as angels to invest in other women and also mentor other women, becoming sponsors to other women, and really connecting women to other platforms. And I see this as a really great opportunity to deepen engagement and to signal to the market that women are powerful and that African women are have a seat at the table, are creating new tables to drive access to capital. In South Africa, you have the Southern African Private Equity and Venture Capital Association Fund Managers Training. where they're providing resources to Black fund managers who are seeking to invest in more African women-led businesses. So it's providing technical assistance, it's providing startup capital for funds. And so you hear you hear about the growing expansion of these various networks, but I think it's really important to really highlight each other and promote each other, creating a greater sisterhood of investments with impact. And so I think that is really promising and exciting about what's happening in impact investing across the African continent. Especially it's driven by women. The stories of women are being told, and especially in investing in African women who don't really have access to resources or advocates to really highlight their businesses. One great example of businesses that women are investing in is a company in Nairobi called Katouche, which develops using sustainable resources, hiring other women to create resources and clothing in a way that's sustainable. There's another one called Label Saba, which is also based in Kenya, that's using fish leather and sustainable resources. And these are the type of deals that women groups are investing in and raising awareness of. So I'm really excited about the potential to expand these groups, and I really invite everyone to explore these different networks. So it's Women in African Investment, Advancing Women Initiatives, the Women in African Investment Club, as well as the SAFCA fund manager training and other resources that are in the market. So I'm truly invigorated by this, and also open to working across different investor groups so that we can expand investment opportunities across the continent of Africa, as well as the MENA regions and other opportunities that we're seeing in emerging markets.
Great. Thank you, Mabinti. Well, this is very, very encouraging, very exciting. Super happy to hear that it is already happening and that these networks already exist and are quite active. I'm going to turn the question a little bit for Minouche in terms of what's happening here in the Middle East. The consistent message I heard from all of you is sort of women for women. But where are the men? In sort of the government and the policy-making space, one thing we've observed is that the countries that successfully reform the ecosystem, the champions of reform have actually been men. So I'm just wondering, you know, what's happening there? It sounds like the key to success from what we've heard so far is women supporting women. But do you see men sort of actively supporting female-led investments, and do you see them kind of being champions and trying to tip the scales in the Middle East, perhaps? Maybe you can give us that perspective.
Well, absolutely. I mean, my partner is a man, and he believes in being part of a gender-smart fund that supports gender lens and gender-smart investments. I think that on the policy side, a lot of the advocacy that we've been seeing across the Middle East have primarily came from men, heads of states, regulators pushing for more gender diversity on the board level. We had two resolutions. One come from the Financial Regulatory Authority, which covered every single company that's listed on the Egyptian Stock Exchange must have a 25% representation on its board for women. Every financial service company, and recently also the Central Bank of Egypt, requiring all the Egyptian banks and other banks operating under Egyptian law to have at least 2 women serving on their board. So the heads of these 2 regulatory authorities are men. But again, the business case is there. So there's a lot of research about more female representation on board and the impact it has on return on equity and profitability of companies. And it's also been quite significant. It's 7% higher than just all men companies. So the men realize that the business case exists, and this is why they are supporting that kind of diversity and inclusion. And to be very honest, I think that women kind of shy away from publicly supporting women because they don't want to be seen as biased when they're on the policy making chair. But recently, I think that things are starting to change. We just had the first female angel network established in Egypt at the beginning of the year. There's Mizan, we're doing the Gender Smart Private Equity Fund. So things are starting to change. Women are becoming more bold about supporting and investing in other women.
Mm-hmm. Great. No, that's truly excellent, and I'm very happy to hear that, you know, men playing a big role in this movement. Sophie, final words from you on how you see the future from where you're sitting, and from initiatives such as JEDI. I think it would be fascinating for the audience, maybe in the next 30 seconds, to hear a bit about the JEDI initiative.
Okay. So JEDI is basically using a very feminine approach to venture capital. It's being born from a community and network of extraordinary change makers and venture capitalists, investors, the female head of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, academics, leaders in blockchain and quantum, and basically change makers of all kinds have come together to form a network called JEDI. And JEDI is raising a $150 million fund. We've already soft-circled half of that, I'm pleased to say. And we've found an enormous amount of support from the Middle East here in UAE and also Saudi Arabia, another place where there's extraordinary change going on for women. So through this community, we've managed to crowdsource more than 600 very interesting investment opportunities. Sophie Smith's Nabta Health is one of them, actually. And there are others here. There's an extraordinary mental health and well-being platform in Abu Dhabi called Mindtails, also female-founded. So we're looking at investments here in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, and also in Europe. Obviously, I'm British. One of the challenges for large venture capital funds to get funded is the issue of track record. And you rightly said that only 11% of decision makers on investment committees are female. So there's a systemic problem. And one of the ways we can address that is for LPs, for investors, to consider the life experience, the entrepreneurship experience, other successes that females have had. Many of us are founders in our own right. And the other secret is to try and find a female venture capitalist, a chief investment officer, who has an extraordinary track record. They are very few and far between for the systemic problems that we've all been discussing. I'm very fortunate to say we found probably the most experienced, most successful female venture capitalist in the Middle East, and she's joining us as a GP. So we've hit that one on the head too, and we're looking forward to getting investing really from Q2 this year, in a couple of months or so.
Wonderful. So perhaps some of our audience will be in touch with you to seek some support. Great. Well, we're out of time. I really would like to thank this wonderful panel. I think we could talk about this for hours and hours. But just a couple of key takeaway from where I was sitting. The first one, not gender lens, gender smart investment. I think that is the term of the day, and I really, really like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. I love that we have very strong data about the return on investment when we have female-led enterprises, 20% higher than male-led. I think that speaks for itself. So, you know, for people who like numbers and proof and statistics and so on, I think this works wonders. So this is something I think that should really be publicized a lot more. I have a feeling it's not as well known as perhaps it should be, you know, this type of evidence. The female networks, it's fantastic. They're alive and well. I think it's clear that, you know, female entrepreneurs that are now starting off are much better off surrounding themselves with female role models and networks that can support them by other females, but also other men who believe in this agenda and who have a key role to play in bringing in gender parity. So I think for me this was actually an encouraging session, although things are not where we want them to be. I think we see very positive trends around the world. And we do hope that maybe next time we meet, we have even better news on where things stand. So thank you very much. It was a real pleasure. Thank you, Mabinti, for joining us virtually. And we look forward to speaking with you perhaps offline.
Can I just say one thing?
Please.
Please, thank you. So this morning I read an article in Arab News, and McKinsey did a study and said that if women become female entrepreneurs, $12 trillion is going to be coming into the market. Well, wouldn't you want to be part of that $12 trillion?
I think that's a good, inspiring note to end on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva and ladies, for your honest contributions.
Sure.
And now, in an effort to...
Hi.
And now, in an effort to finish today's impressive lineup in a timely manner, we will power through the last portion of the day. That being said, if you would like to move to the front, please, you are welcome to do so. Also note that tea and coffee is available outside the hall if you find yourself in need of a bio break. Until now, we have been talking about women, about girls. Yet, if we want to see real progress in gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow, it is essential that we involve boys and men in the conversations, the other half of humanity, in our quest to reach SDG 5. That being said, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mona Abu Hana, who is Chief People Officer of the EMEA at PwC. She will moderate a discussion on the role of men and boys on accelerating progress on gender equality.
Thank you, Melanie, for this, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me today. As partners of the UN Women's He4She initiative, I am honored to be joining you on behalf of PwC as we work towards achieving global gender equality in the workplace and beyond. The He4She mission is to engage men as advocates of change for global gender equality. And I must say that this mission speaks to me on a personal and professional level. My father was my biggest advocate, and he had 3 daughters, so no siblings, no brothers. But he raised us without limits and beyond borders. In my own career experience, I have also been extremely fortunate to be mentored not only by female leaders, but by male leaders as well throughout my career. They were my allies, they supported me, they sponsored me, and I have to say that my experience throughout the years would have been different and maybe sometimes difficult had it not been for them. And I humbly say that. Now in this panel, I'm delighted to be joined by a group of very achieving and ambitious male leaders determined to accelerate progress towards gender equality in their organizations, but also in society at large. We'll be hearing their perspectives on the future for women and of women, and on the scalable, transformative initiatives and programs that they have adopted and that are needed to address gender equality's most pressing challenges and create a more inclusive and balanced future for all. So please join me in welcoming Duncan McCullough, General Manager for Mars Wrigley in the Middle East and Africa.
Thank you.
Philip Rideau, Country Manager for Manpower Group Middle East. And Ahmed Al-Falasi, Arab Hope Maker, and he's the president of the Ahmed Al-Falasi Foundation for Humanitarian Initiatives. I think this is the only all-male panel for today, right? That's good. I will take it easy on you. All right, so thank you so much for being part of this important discussion today, which aims to highlight the accountability of male leaders on SDG 5. We hope that your words and actions, and most importantly, experiences of everything you've been doing, will inspire other leaders to follow and demonstrate the value of allyship. Now, the discussion will focus on the actions, as I said, and commitments that men in different organizations have taken and can take to support women in workplaces, but we'll also speak about communities and societies at large. So let me start with you, Philip, on a more general, maybe, intro. And in your views, what is the role of men and boys to accelerate progress on gender equality, and how did that role evolve over the years?
Well, I think we should start with the boys first. It's important that on the foundations of our education that we really build the relationship and an understanding for future men and future ladies about the importance of cross-collaboration. And I think I speak for most of us that we've all been part of the waiting lines to be chosen as a lab partner in a sports event or whatever it may be. And generally it's boys choose boys, girls choose girls. And we need to break those boundaries and start developing those cross-collaborations so that we're really promoting the fact that success from a young age in those partnerships, so that as those future leaders grow, they see the importance and the possibilities of gender diversification in the workplace and in all walks of life. In terms of men, it's really accountability, accountability, accountability. We need to be the ones going public with the ambitions of the company, personally, as fathers, as business leaders, and putting forth a plan that we're going to be accountable for. You know, we are, according to McKinsey's latest report, about 100 years away to achieving the goals at this current rate. And that is way too long. And unless we as leaders are accountable for that and start putting into place policies and change, you know, we need to make that timeline a lot shorter. So, yeah.
I mean, 100 years sound like a very long time, so I really hope that in effecting those changes, I mean, you started with boys in upbringing, you know, boys in general, but maybe something that is more within controls of large corporations like Mars Wrigley, Duncan. What can really be done, given what Philip has said and your own perspectives on the evolution of those roles? What can be done at an organization and corporate level to accelerate that speed of progress, so we don't have to wait for 100 years?
Yeah, let's hope not. No, I think a huge amount can be done. So we've seen great progress made in this whole space by many corporations leading the agenda on inclusion and diversity. But I think we still have to face the facts. The statistics are still against us. Yeah, meaning that we still have a lot that we need to do in terms of the gender disbalance that there is in organizations and in different areas. So I think at Mars we talk about the world that we want tomorrow starts today. And that world is a world where we want it to be inclusive, where we want women to reach their full potential. So, you know, it's with pride that we were one of the companies whose names was up here before, as we made a pledge, we made a commitment to say, right, okay, we want to see more women in leadership roles, for example, and we're going to commit to doing that. And maybe just I can just say a little bit about, you know, some of those commitments and some of those statistics. So we are moving the needle. So in terms of the ratio, we moved from 23% women in our business to 28% women this year in Middle East Africa. Now, but we also have, you know, various different areas in there which make it harder, and this comes down to stereotypes as well. So sales and supply, where actually if you take out sales and supply, we're at the 40%, and that's what we would be aiming for, so that's great. But those are areas which typically are quite hard to change. But we've made some groundbreaking areas in there. So in both we have the factories in the region, and we have a factory in Egypt and we have a factory in Saudi. And we've just introduced women into the shop floor, which was a huge challenge, often with the governorates to try and make it happen, with associates to accept that, with them giving them the tools and the training to ensure that they can do the roles. But in actual fact, we're seeing the real benefits that we know, and we all know the stats around, around having a more balanced team and what that does for productivity, what it does for creativity. We're absolutely seeing that play through.
Absolutely, and I can even, second that with you. I mean, we've seen what diversity does to innovation, to, productivity, to creativity, and I think it's a no-brainer now. It's not even a question to be asked on all levels, not only gender, but all types of diversity, and we've seen that firsthand, for sure. Ahmed, let's go over to you. We've talked, and there's a tendency when we talk about he for she to talk more about corporations, organizations, no doubt, because of the pledge. But one cannot but think, even if you do everything at the corporate level, even if you support female integration in the workforce and accession to higher leadership position, at the bottom, at the end of the day, is if from a societal level, the challenges still exist for access to education, for access to better healthcare, for access to just basic things, everything that Duncan and Philip talked about really does not matter at the end of the day. So what's your view on that? What have you been doing? What have you been seeing? How do we ensure that these societal challenges are almost abolished, because it's almost unacceptable that they exist today, but from a corporate agenda, that at least you pave the way also for all the great things that the corporations and the leaders have committed to?
First of all, thank you for having me in Sdg5 Summit to discuss important agenda. In my opinion, not to leave women behind. As always, provide them with a succeed project. Also, to support them in health and education. That's the most important, what I am doing now in Africa. These people, the health in Africa is nearly, it's gone. We are trying to bring it back and give the woman the best health facilities, the best health nutrition, the best health, all kind of best health to have, like health for everybody there. Some of the women, they don't have the health or the education. What we do, we are helping them to bring them back. And when you give them the strength on this thing, they will come back and they will produce a lot of things.
That's great to hear. And really, I mean, I've heard the personal story of Ahmed, and it's just amazing to see the impact that you have on a day-to-day life of a lot of women and girls. So let me go back to a topic that I'm interested in, and I've shared before this panel some perspective on data and analytics and KPIs, and a personal maybe experience from my end. When we first introduced data and KPIs, it didn't sit very well with me, and I'm pretty sure many of the attendees here may share that experience. It was always, felt that if we put certain KPIs on how many women we have in leader position or across the board, it's as if it's hurting the progress of the agenda itself. It's as if we feel that, we've made it just because there's a KPI or there's a commitment by the firm. But throughout the years, I realized, and I gotten over that feeling, because I knew that if you do not put these commitments, just like anything else in the corporate world, commitments on sales, on revenues, any targets, you don't rally the troops, right? So I'm now a big, strong, and firm believer of these KPIs, and more so for data and analytics in general, and how you use that to really advance the agenda. And I wanted to ask you, Philip, we've recently done a Middle East CEO survey, and we found only 29% of the Middle East leaders have gender representation rates included in those strategies. So that's less than a third that really commit to including women in their leadership position and across the board. What does that say to you? And what can you say about data analytics KPIs?
Well, data is critical when used right to be able to source some of the fundamental issues that the organization may have in terms of their percentages and numbers, and give senior leadership a basis to start improving on. So whether your percentage is 50-50, 40-60, whatever it may be, it gives you a good basis point. But more so, data and artificial intelligence can help break some of that bias that takes place. So, you know, when we look at such things as, you know, CVs coming through, AI can eliminate photos of male, females and make them more neutral so that when HR or the decision maker for that recruitment process is on place, they're looking at skills and they're completely neutral versus any sort of gender, you know, taking place. And therefore those decisions take away a lot of that bias point. As well as helping HR when they're filtering search. So this is again by setting KPIs. If you want, for example, you have an objection to, a goal to improve by 10% your females in senior leadership, then when you are looking for CVs, your AI built in is basically providing you CVs to achieve those targets, again, in a skill-based, because this is not something we want to do just for doing it. The skill sets have to be matched and done properly. And this is where AI can really help. And then in certain tools to break biases in terms of leadership and accountability and target, and it's important for the results out of those AI and data that's taken place. Again, the accountability of the program that you're going to be putting into place based on those results.
All right, thank you. And Duncan, we heard from you on some of the data, and maybe it is more realistic to, you know, break down the data and analyze it in a more, you know, interesting and smart way rather than just a number out there, right? The same way you said, if you take away certain things that you know are hard to achieve, but overall, what else can you add to that on the power of data and how you've used it at Mars?
I think absolutely in terms of, I mean, there's the expression, you get what you measure. And we know that we need to make an accelerated shift here. So whilst it might, I can understand it sits uncomfortably to begin with, because if someone, you know, gets promoted into a role, you want to feel that you've got into that role because you've deserved that position, not because you're just a statistic making up a number. And so, but I think you have to realize that we need to make that acceleration. Until we get there, you have to do that. But there are very sort of mutual ways that you can do that, which wouldn't have been done in the past, I think, which Philip's referring to. So we make sure that when we're recruiting, there is a gender-balanced recruiters, so that there aren't any unconscious biases coming in. We make sure that we see an equal amount of CVs. So it's having those sort of, principles almost implemented. So you've got the principles, but you've also then got specific sort of data targets to aim for. And in that perspective, you might know that, okay, we need to make an intervention. In this area, we need to make sure that there's someone else, there's a woman who can come into these roles, and we need to therefore be proactive about that.
I like that, and just the progress on people analytics, data analytics over the past couple of years have been immense. And you have the ability now to actually analyze and seek insights to take corrective measures. So that definitely, for a lot of corporations is definitely one of the way to adopt and support the agenda. Now we've done also, we have a Women in Work Index that we look at, and globally we've seen, fortunately, that, the progress towards achieving greater gender equality in the global workforce was set back 2 years because of the pandemic. How can we, as corporations, Duncan, maybe I'll stay with you for a bit, advance and support this agenda through the shifts that we've seen take place in the ways of working in a post-pandemic world? Has the digital evolution and adoption hurt that or not? And if it did, is it a challenge or an opportunity to make some systematic change in the corporations?
Well, you're absolutely right. So globally, and I think depending on where you are depends on how you probably see this, see the situation. Because globally, I think you're absolutely right that actually the statistics will say that there's a setback, you know, in our march towards gender equality here. Due to what happened in lockdown. So we saw that there was, you know, increased domestic violence, there was, you know, huge disruption to education, mental health issues. You saw everything that came out of that. The flip side of it was, you know, you talk about how can you use a crisis to your advantage, and there are some organizations which tried to do that. We haven't done everything, but we certainly were trying in that situation and listening to our associates. And I think that's one of the most important things that we were doing. So we accelerated the flexible ways of working. We set up associate resource groups, which were basically groups which were listening to all our associates and saying, okay, so what do you need in these times? And balance came out a lot, so ensuring a sort of a physical balance, ensuring mental balance, and we gave them tools to equip them in these situations. Not everyone also wanted to talk to, you know, because it was obvious, you know, talk to your line manager if anything's wrong. So, but people wanted a more independent body, so we set up an associate assistance program as well, where you could contact them independently to say, well, look, okay, this is the issue I'm having. This, you know, how can I get support from a big organization like Mars? And we have the responsibility to do that. So I think what it's helped is it's helped accelerate some of the plans that we already had, which are now then implemented in our ways of working. And I think if you're talking to some of the women in the region now as well, they would absolutely say, wow, this is, you know, Mars has treated us so well in this situation. I almost don't want to now go back to the reality of maybe having to come into the office. So I think the problem we have now is that we're all enjoying this flexibility that we have in our life. But I think that's where we take the learnings of that, and how do we embrace the future of work as we're talking about it now is going to be very, very different to what it was before.
Use it as an opportunity, not only a challenge to fix. And I'll come back to the accountability of large corporations in a second. But Ahmed, we've spoke a lot about, you know, what are ways to advance progress towards gender equality in the corporate world. But I want to hear more on what you think needs to be done to support women and girls in communities at large. Because as we said, if they're not supporting their communities, they're never even going to get to a corporate life where gender equality is supported. So how can we start really from the beginning?
As someone might know, our foundation started 20 years ago to help women, men, children, girls and boys by supporting them with good health, number one. For women, we used to, we are giving multivitamins for the women. For the pregnant woman, we give parental vitamins during pregnancy and after pregnancy, after delivering baby. We give her baby also vitamins, because when I went 20 years ago, the children or the lady born with the new baby, 600 grams, 700 grams, I never saw in my life. We are watching our children, they're born with a 4 kg and 3.8 kg. We supply a lot of things for the girls and the schools, sanitary tools, so many things, and we keep them alive. For the men, we give them also multivitamins. For the old woman, we give also plus 40. We do a lot of helping the people in health and education. When we go to school, we help them with a desk, some books. We build their bathrooms, their place where they eat. And also we go to orphanage. We see if there is orphanage. We help them with the bed, desk, so many things. We do a lot of things. We help the people. And now on, we are doing our own hospital, my family hospital in Zanzibar, which is specially for dialysis, maternity, blood problem, blood sickness, blood virus, and also blood bank. And also, we are collecting a lot of family to do their family business for them, to keep them alive. Also, these people, they don't have any kind of nutrition. We give them some nutrition. We give them some job to do to build their health again.
So, it's amazing. And that's exactly what leaving no one behind really
Alhamdulillah,
means,
since
right?
20 years, every year we ship from USA, from Europe, multivitamin for children. Gummy, at least he can love it. For the ladies, once a day. For men, for the school girls, which even we do a lot. Even we take some doctors to help them succeed. Some of them, no, I don't want to do that. We give also their brother fish, small fish and basket to give him a business to do, to sell what he's doing, and we take this money and we give another family. They do a lot of these things.
That's amazing. And
Alhamdulillah.
it's really just inspiring. I thank you on behalf of everyone.
This is what we've been learned from our father, Sheikh Zayed. He teach us what to do. He said, go off the track. Don't stay on the track. Go off the track. Don't do whatever you like, but help the poor people. The most important, help the poor people.
That's amazing. And maybe not in this panel, but I know a lot of examples where the two worlds collide, the corporate world with everything you do at the community and society level. And just like you said, you help both the boys and the girls in getting equal access to basic needs. And the same, would continue on to their life and in the corporate life. Philip, I want to go back to you because we shared this as well. You talked a lot about mentorship and sponsorship in our prep session, and I've just shared with you that, I've been extremely lucky. I did have a lot of female mentors, but I've had also more male mentors and sponsors. And I'd like you to shed some more light on that. It's not a new topic. We've always talked about it. It's something we've been discussing, part of key corporations' agenda and programs. What has changed? What can we do more to accelerate that? Has it differed now than what it was 10 years ago?
I think it's probably a little bit more organized when done right. The big word now is job stretching. So in these mentorship or sponsoring programs, it's about really understanding that career path and advising, helping, and ensuring that the right foundations are in place for that person to achieve those goals. It's also about opening up some of what was traditionally in the past kind of a boys' club, which would be, bring them to sales meeting executives and levels in other companies to start opening up and having more visibility within that world, which was traditionally closed in the past. And I think now with, again, the Me Too movement and all these, social issues that have been raised and mediatized, it's even more so important for those walls and barriers to break. And I think through mentorship programs, there needs to be buy-in, of course. I think for the most part, that is improving, mostly because we know that we are far behind and these things need to take place, and they need to take place in a much more organized fashion. But the clear one is really to have an end goal, and that is where we are today, and this is for all levels, from a new joiner to somebody that you are hoping, because of the right credentials, to be in senior leadership in the future, to build the right operation for that person to reach the top. So I think that's where it's advanced, is that it's just more public now, more advanced and more structured than it would have been in the past.
Okay. It's like maybe at one point becomes really integral, like it's not an add-on, but it's really part of every.
Yeah, so I mean, I could talk just a little bit about like manpower, because yesterday our global CEO, Jonas, basically announced that senior leadership within Manpower Group is at about 40% female. We want to reach 50% by 2025. It's a very ambitious program. There's a lot of work for us to do there. But how do we achieve that? And that is exactly through what we're talking about now, right? Is you set an accountable objective that you're accountable for, and you start building mentorship, sponsorship programs finding the right candidates and building the right education, training program, exposure for them to reach their targets.
And it's, like you say, it's so institutionalized corporations, but Ahmed, this has organically existed, it says organically existed in communities and societies, especially in more the underprivileged parts of our world where we see a lot of sponsorship for young girls and females to get them through life. Have you interacted or have you seen some of these programs outside of the corporate world?
Yes. First of all, my advice to male leaders is not, because there is one word, I wrote it, I don't know. Intimidated.
Intimidated.
The woman is my mother. The woman is my wife, sister, daughters, granddaughters. All this, they are the key of the success. The key of the success is the woman. We are without the woman, sorry, no, nothing. We are nothing without the woman, because really the woman, my wife, she been with me day and night in crucial areas and bad area, and she was giving the children chocolate and giving the woman sanitary tools. We go midnight and all that. And I do thanks for everything the woman done for our life. We are here because of the woman.
Thank you.
If I am, the woman doesn't
carry you,
I won't be here. Thanks for all the women. Thanks for all the women in this world. Thank you for bringing us. Thank you for taking care of us. What I see now, my daughter taking care of her son. Midnight, she don't go to her class, she don't go to her work, because she want to raise this young or the newborn to be a leader, CEO, whatever things. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. It's a partnership, I'd say, and we'll speak a bit more about that allyship that exists between men and women. And you know, when we get to understand that and the synergy and the power that can exist when the two come together to advance everything on societal level or corporation, I mean, great things can happen, that's for sure. All right, so I just want to quote again something we found in our Middle East cut of the Women in Work Index, and we found that around the region, a number of communities are struggling with gender-related societal expectations, and whether that's men or women in general. And to help combat that and to level the playing field between the two, at PwC Middle East, for example, we've launched a 2-week paternity leave policy to support our people in their personal aspirations. So we've done the same on maternity, but again, going back to that partnership to us, and like you said, Duncan, it's not only the balance that was requested by women in general, but also our male colleagues requested that. So we want to try and level the playing field between the two. But I also want to maybe go to you, Duncan, and talk more generally about the societal expectations on women and how can corporations support that. I know you've done some great things on Mars where you've taken it really to the next level. It's a great company. And it's as if you felt it onto yourselves to use that to really work wonders maybe from a societal point of view. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so I think it does come down to this word expectations, though, yeah. So and within that, it's, we have stereotypes, we have biases within that, and we need to break that down. We almost need to unlearn what we've learned about success, about opportunity, because not everyone, some people have many more barriers to that success and aren't able to be given those opportunities. So I think two things. One, I'd like to talk about male allyship, and then I'll also talk about some of the stuff that we're doing in society. But male allyship, I think, we have a big responsibility to play in terms of raising awareness, in terms of increasing people's understanding of the topic, in terms of really then, taking action. And there are two angles of that. One is a supportive angle. So how do we create the right environment, a safe place, a place where, everyone can be respected? And the other one is a role modeling one. We've got a responsibility to behave in a certain way and to call out any discriminatory behavior or language that we see and really sort of lead from the front, I think, from that perspective. So I think, a big thing that we can do is all about, us committing to being a male ally. I think that's something that we can do. Other things that we can do. I mean, let's take. So we're a chocolate manufacturer, and we're fruity confections and gum. So we sell our products. We need to advertise, those products in certain ways. And this is a tricky subject sometimes to talk about. But we've taken one of our brands. One of our brands is Galaxy Chocolate, where we've very much changed the positioning of this. And there's a campaign at the moment called Galaxy I Choose. And actually, it's all about empowering women. So it's about ensuring that actually women choose their path. They're not being forced to do anything, that they can choose their career, they can choose the life that they want, and they're empowering themselves to do that. And it's really, it's a big shift so it's a risk, you could say, from our point of view, but it's really resonating with, and it's a Middle East Africa campaign, it's really resonating with the women in the region as well, so it's nice.
I just saw it now, it's really cool. اسمها Galaxy أنا أختار, and it's really well done. I think it'll speak to a lot of young women as well on the topic, so quite inspiring, I have to say. So, promised Melanie, we will power through, and I know we're getting a bit closer to the end, and I just wanted to give just a general, a call to action from each of you today as we celebrate International Women's Day, and based on all the key learnings that you've witnessed growing up, being part of a society, being part of a corporation, leading others, leading men, leading women, having families, being part of that allyship, that partnership. What is your advice to male leaders of companies who are either embarking or accelerating their gender equality journey? Maybe we start with you, Ahmed. I know you've given us a lot of inspiration.
The fundamental for any success. And I would like to thank our UAE icon, a woman, Sheikha Fatma, the nation mother, what she is doing for the women in UAE, what she's doing for my daughters, what she's doing for my granddaughter when they're born, they send their passport with the gift, with a nice flower. See, where in the world you ask for a newborn passport, they send you a box with so many free things, with some gift and with the flowers. Welcome.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Philip?
Again, going back to accountability, so I would just recommend to all leaders, to put forth achievable goals and to be accountable for them. And in terms of myself within Manpower, it's to try and promote, as one of the major recruiters regionally, women profiles, and to be a lot more supportive on that line in terms of trying to build diversity within other organizations. So
that's great. So accountability, achievable goals.
Yeah.
Duncan?
I got 4 things, I think. So one is be a male ally. Yeah, so I talked about a little bit about what that means. So how can you play both that supportive role and that role model role? The second one really is about taking that to the next level in terms of visible leadership. And that is, how can you nurture an environment of belonging where, which really harnesses the power of diversity and difference. The third one is what I call letting the ladder down to allow other people to climb up it. So we're quite fortunate that we're in positions of, seniority, we're privileged from that point of view. So how can we use that? How can we help? So actually, we have to climb up that ladder. How do we make it easy for other people to now climb up that ladder? So that's the third one. And then I think the fourth one is about listening. So we don't know the answer to this. We don't know what women want. We need to ask them. We need to create the dialogue. We need to create the space to have the conversation, to really listen, and only then we can do something about it. So I think that's probably the most important one.
That's amazing, and you've used the ladder. We usually say, send back the elevator, so we've went a bit more digital.
Yeah. It's slightly more advanced.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me add to your great calls for action. Let me just say on behalf of PwC and as a woman, my ask of everyone is we all need to be better allies. I join you in that for sure. Make a he for she commitment today. It's very easy, it's very simple, really costs nothing, but it sends a big and strong message to everyone. So please do that. Take action against gender bias, discrimination, and violence to bring the benefits of equality to all. We all have a part to play, just like we heard from our panelists, to create gender equality, and it benefits everyone, not only women or female, but men and women alike, from all dimensions of diversity. And it is up to us individually as well as collectively to rally around women, and just like Ahmed said, empower them, open doors for them, send back the ladder or the elevator, sponsorship them and mentor them, actively listen to them, just like you said. I think that's very key. We learn so much when listening, not only to women, but even I think a lot of the young talent, it's almost very similar. So listen to them, understand their lived experiences. There's so much to know when we really actively listen and understand what has happened and, you know, how they've come to become what they are. Sometimes they're amazing stories, fun stories, easy stories. Sometimes they're difficult, challenging, but all that really shapes, if you want, the understanding and that partnership. And please amplify their voices, just like we're doing on this panel. And thank you so much, UN Women, for that. On behalf of UN Women, I thank you all so much for your time and everyone who's attended and for having us today. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Earth, our only home. Invaluable, but not invulnerable. Are we too late to save it? Climate change is making our world more dangerous, more fragile, more unequal. In these uncertain times, women and girls face a disproportionate threat of displacement, poverty, and violence. But women and girls are also a powerful force in climate action. As innovators in green energy, as defenders of the environment, and as educators of our generation and the next. Gender equality is not just a woman's issue. It's the path to our survival. So it's not too late to invest in climate action by and for women. Not too late to empower women entrepreneurs and decision makers at home. Not too late to give voice and power to this next generation of Earth's champions. It's not too late to demand commitments to build an equal and enduring future for all. Championing climate action by and for women and girls is the key to saving our planet. Join the fight for gender equality today, so that together we can create a sustainable tomorrow. It's not too late.
Thank you, Muna, and dear panelists, for these very important reminders, as well as those encouraging solutions. What kind of transformation is needed in culture and organization to achieve progress on gender equality? The title says it all. Our next panel is all about highlighting the role these key factors play in women's advancement in today's world of business. We believe it is essential to be brave, yet culturally agile, to name and uncover how stories we tell ourselves fuel our unconscious bias, our limiting beliefs, the invisible barriers. We need to revisit our understanding and definition of leadership for the societal belief to be revised and modernized and generally culturally relevant as well. Our panelists believe in the power of stories, sharing successes, yet being real about what can go wrong, the necessity of a renewed commitment to build more inclusive leadership models, to lead by example, a need to build resilience to not repeat mistakes from the past, ensuring that our solutions are relevant to our current reality, as well as appealing to the future generation. To discuss the topic, we are pleased to have gathered senior executives and experts on leadership and cultural organization, as well as a voice of the future. Our panel is rich in diversity, age, and background. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Rana Gandour. Rana is an advocate of economic empowerment, political participation, and advancement of women to leadership roles. Amongst recognition, Rana was ranked in the top 5 global champions of women in business by the UK Financial Times. Rana leads societal and entrepreneurial initiatives that support youth skills building, social enterprise, and education for marginalized communities. Certainly that your corporate experience will enrich the conversation today. Warm welcome to you. Nada is a leadership and organizational culture coach and advisor. At the core of her work is a belief that for organizations to contribute more positively to our human evolution, a paradigm shift is needed, one that brings more consciousness and heart into the corporate world. Through Lead for Impact, Nada aspires to influence leaders and organizations to create inclusive, purpose, and value-driven cultures. We look forward to your contribution this afternoon. Through her professional career of 29 years at Aramco, May considered herself a minority as a woman. The challenges she faced were different from those faced by her male counterparts, and she found no one to address them with solution. As a result of the absence of role female model, May adopted the mission of supporting professional women through training, mentoring, and coaching. Championing diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as gender equality in Saudi Arabia. Certainly that your perspective on how to transform culture, yet remaining culturally relevant, will be insightful today. A warm welcome to you.
Hello.
Janine is passionate about highlighting diverse stories that break barriers and ignite change through raising awareness around gender, particularly when young women are concerned. Janine believes that education is the first step in dispelling the harmful beliefs and hegemonies that are deeply entrenched in society. Hence, her leadership role on diversity, equity, and inclusion around schools in the UAE. Welcome to our panel, Janine. Certainly that your view on the future of work for future generations will be insightful today. A very warm welcome to you all, ladies. And to kick off our panel, I would be very curious for you all to share your own definition of leadership. Perhaps we start with you, May.
Okay. For me, leadership, I think, is a perspective that that I had as growing up as something masculine. As we see tribe leaders taking care of their community, my father going to the office, taking care of his team, and then he would come home and ask my mother for assistance, and she would help. I never looked at that as leadership. I never looked at that. But now, for me, as we evolve, leadership is something that is positive influence. It could be between men, women, children, teams, anything that creates that positive influence.
Thank you.
To me, leadership is about fellowship. So you can appoint somebody to manage something. You cannot appoint a leader, because unless people decide themselves to call that person a leader, they're not a leader. So it really depends on the group you want to be leader of. It depends on your agility and situational skills to be relevant to that group. So again, that they call you their leader. So in my company, we've done a lot of research around leadership. Selfishly, now we publish it, you all see it out, but selfishly we also do it for ourselves, because we want to develop leadership skills as people go around the ladder. And we've identified 6 leadership capabilities. I'm going to go through them very quickly and just note that every one of them has an aspect of inclusion for minorities, for women, and for everything. The first one is a leader needs to be a business leader as well, to have the competitive edge in their industry, whether it's in the public sector or in the private sector, and have an element of innovation. The second one is influence. So they have to be able to influence people, but there's a trick there, without using their position. So again, that fellowship, that recognition by people that you are a leader, you can't use your position all the time to do that. And I think that's a powerful attribute of a leader. Performance-driven, we all know about performance-driven, strategic direction. And strategic direction is having your followers. You don't appoint them, they decide they are your followers, have the same vision, and then be able to implement an action plan that you agree with them on. There are a couple more, and that's talent development, and also in talent development that should be not talent for today, but talent for tomorrow, so it is in the long term. And the last one I would say is inspirational leader, which is the ultimate of what you were speaking about. How can you inspire people to again follow you and call you that leader?
Thank you.
I think for me, simply put, leadership is about influencing others to work towards a common vision. And the quality of leadership is really 2 things. One of them, how are you influencing others? Are you inspiring others, or are you forcing others to follow you? And also the quality of the vision. Is the vision around you, or is the vision around a common purpose that serves a bigger system? So that's simply put, I think, leadership across all domains.
I think leadership for me is really the ability to motivate and unite people towards a specific goal or objective. And I think a key aspect of leadership is being able to lead by example, especially when we talk about women in positions of power or leadership. We want organizations that lead by example and have that sense of responsibility and will be held accountable. That is what makes a great leader.
Thank you. And would you say that it is important to have role models to look to in higher positions, in higher management roles, to inspire women to achieve higher positions in the corporate world?
Yeah. To me, let me give you an example. I never had a mentor throughout my 29-year career, so I didn't know how was I supposed to be as a professional young woman. So I acquired male attributes. I was rigid, I was strict, I was checklist type, and I realized that that was really, of course, 10 years later, once I became more mature and realized that that wasn't really serving me, but it gained me more respect from my male counterparts, being tough and rigid, and I got more attention that way. I wouldn't smile. It wasn't looked as something that was respectable to smile. And so later on, like I said, as I became more mature, I realized that I wasn't really being authentic to myself. And not being authentic meant that I wasn't even serving the people around me. And that's where I decided to really be myself. I had already proven that I'm a good employee, that I'm going up that corporate ladder, and I just wanted to be myself. And that's where I gained a lot of young female women who were interested. So it's important to be a role model, to be a female role model, because that's where the younger generations are going to try to aspire to reach a position that way you are, and it works that way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, girls cannot imagine or dream of something they cannot see. So if they cannot see around them on media, on television, a woman president of a country, a woman CEO of a company, it's extremely difficult for young people to imagine that they could go there. And so I think that would be one of the huge contributions to us, if we have more variety, that girls can see. And with the scarcity of women in CEO position, very few numbers of boards, even the older than girls, the young people in organizations cannot look up and go there. And I just want to mention something. Role modeling, I've been to many panels, and whenever you ask women to say, who are your role model, I tend to see women say, my parent, my mother, my father. That's perfectly all right for them personally. But when they're sitting in an audience, and if I may give this suggestion to everybody, you have to find and talk about stories that will resonate, that people can pick, because they cannot emulate your parent. They don't know your parent. And I swear I was on sitting and hearing a panel of 6 high achievers, Arab women achievers from this region, from the GCC and MENA region. They all said their father and mother were. So this tells you about that lack of imagination or lack of perception because you didn't have a mentor.
Yeah.
I mean, in implementing a sponsorship program, I had the men in the company come to me and saying, why are you sponsoring women? I said, because you have been sponsored for 7,000 years, but you didn't know you were sponsored.
It's true.
They are mentored because leaders choose their successors, even informally, and they mentor them, sponsor them, give them opportunity. Women, we are not naturally given these opportunities.
Thank you. Jenin, I'd be very curious to hear your view, being the voice of the future generation.
Well, here's what I think. I mean, the phrase, it's a man's world, is a cliche for a reason. We have men in power positions. They control the media, global markets, entire countries, and that sort of plays into the fact that they control the narrative of our ever-changing world. They perpetuate the male gaze as being the standard narrative, and I think we need more female role models in positions of leadership, because we need women to break those cycles. We need other perspectives. We need that sort of thought diversity that comes with demographic diversity. And I think that leads to a world that is more enlightened about views and perspectives outside of that hegemonic male gaze. So, and I think also it's a huge benefit to organizations themselves to have women who are flexible thinkers, who think outside the box, who have those other perspectives. It sets them apart on a huge level. So I think we definitely need more women in leadership for those reasons.
Also, if I can add to that, you know, it makes really good business sense to have women at the board or at a higher level. The companies become more profitable, it becomes more inclusive, there's more employee retention, there's more creativity. So why not? I mean, why would a company decide not to hire women, qualified women, if their company is not going to be profitable? I mean,
Thank you, and absolutely, to bounce back on your comment, Nada, I would love to hear your perspective on, do you think that having quotas would help in bridging the gap in women representations?
That's a huge conversation.
Hot potato.
Well, I have to say it's a mixed feedback, and I know some really are pro-women quotas, and I know. And I understand that the European experience with having women quotas was interesting in advancing women. But we can think of it as a quick fix and under the equity concept. But I don't think this is the answer, because yes, you can have women at the boards, but that does not necessarily go through all the company. And I was chatting with May, like how it still can be a block within the middle management. Also, you know, two wrongs don't do something right. So I coach both men and women, and there's this thing about, oh, we promoted her because she's a woman, and this can fire back. So doing it and framing it in the right way, why this is being done, if we want men to stay supportive, and if we want people to realize that it's based on merit. Mm-hmm. Before we said, oh, we have to promote him because he's a man, and now we're saying we're going to promote him because she's a woman, to promote her because she's a woman. So I will leave the rest, because probably to talk about the pro quotas. But I would say if there are quotas, they need to be at least 35–40%, what research says, so that the women are not under the stigma that, oh, they were only promoted because they are women. It was not based on merit. So, sorry, Rana.
So I think Nada is very patient. She wants her great-granddaughter to have the opportunities we're aiming for. We can't wait 100 years, I'm sorry. In Europe, in the US, in the Western world, where women have been active economically far longer than this, our part of the world here, we have seen failure. I had a group of US lawyers and consultants, and some Deloitte US called me. They said they're visiting. It's an international group, not only from my company, some 60 women, a couple of years visiting Dubai. And they said, Rana, can you take care of them? Maybe take them out to dinner. So we arranged for a dinner. So I sat at a table, and one of the lawyers from New York said, how can we help you here in the UAE, in the Middle East, in the Levant region to advance? I said, by all means, tell us what you've done so we don't repeat it. And you can absolutely, there is, so my friend, Nada, we need to push nature a little bit. The quota is not to advance mediocre women. Yes. Although there are many mediocre men in leadership positions, and I'm not against men. Men as women in our age inherited the system. They did not create it. Not a single man of our generation here, or younger or otherwise, I blame for the situation we are in. It's not their fault. It's been, like it is not our fault that it's not there. Now, I tell you where I make them accountable. If it continues, and if they have a hand in making the change, and if the leaders of organizations or public sector leaders or presidents or parliamentarians, now I blame them if they don't make the change. But this is not against men. Quotas are a temporary measure, and on 30%, at least 30%, not because of the gender aspect. 30% is a scientific number where any minority in a group, if it's less than 30%, they behave as a minority and they are treated like a minority. Once you go above that magic number, that's research-driven, they stop being looked at as a minority and their behavior changes. Hence the 30% number that keeps on coming all the time.
Thank you. And would you say that this is one of the risks that is posed for companies who are lacking inclusive leadership culture now and in the future?
The risk, they will not survive. They will not compete well. They will not be able to meet their future targets. Why? Because people now, post-COVID, are voting with their feet. They are leaving organizations. I'm sure you've heard of the Great Resignation, which is now more in the West, but it has come to our shores. I tell you, a number of percentage points, all companies here in the Middle East are beginning to see more attrition. And why are people leaving? And this is the silver lining of COVID we have to take opportunity of. People are leaving because they discovered they can have more flexibility outside the organization. They can be more purpose-driven outside organization. They judge organization not to be sustainable, not to have purpose, quest for money, and so on. So all these things, also COVID gave us a golden silver tray thing. It showed that people could work remotely. What does that mean? It's advantageous to women because we've always been saying we have children with predictable routines. We have other responsibilities. And the organizations, which are still built on the fourth industrial revolution, were saying, oh, but work is like this. You have to come at this time, leave at this time, behave at this time, otherwise we will not succeed. COVID showed, yes, we can. COVID showed that plenty of work could be done differently, and this is an advantage to women. So companies are now discussing hybrid work, implementing it, not only because of us women, because all their population is asking, otherwise they're leaving. And there are many other silver linings, but only if we grab them.
Thank you. And May, we know that culture is one of the trickiest aspects to change. There is usually a resistance to change. What type of mindset shift would you say is required for us to transform the leadership, yet to remain culturally relevant?
Sure. I want to follow up on what you said. Organizational culture and structures and policies should not be one size fits all. For instance, there should be special depending on the region you're in. And I'm going to be talking about women in the MENA region in terms of culture. For example, I mean, this is what we've always known is the family unit is the cause of a thriving society, is the cause of a strong economy. And so what is happening right now, previously, generations ago, our grandfathers, our parents, how it worked, the family unit was the father used to go to work and the mother used to stay at home to take care of the most important investment that they have, which is the children. And so if the father cannot bring in more income, what does the mother do? She would work from home, either as a tailor or as a baker, but the important thing is she would be supervising the growth of the next generation and wanted to make sure that they're in good health. Now, regardless of that, how that's changed, that was our culture, especially in the MENA region, especially in Saudi Arabia. So when you change the culture and expect women to work exactly like men, or now that most of the women in the MENA region have the highest education degrees from the best universities, and they have the most prestigious jobs, but there's become an imbalance within the small family structure. And now you can groom the tree, but the roots are deep under. And if you're not taking care of that to make it shift slightly, gradually, as it evolves, it's not going to work. So we can't adopt something that is a Western model into our society and expect it to work right away. So there is going to be that kind of resistance in terms of the family. And I assume a lot of parents think that there's an imbalance in the family structure and in the society because women leaving the home. Now, how do we work around that? Because we need two incomes in this day and age. We need to work together with policies to arrange, and I mean, we didn't have to develop any policies. COVID came and did that for us already. And so now we realize that we can do what we can do from home. Here's another example of a friend of mine that I have. She's a PhD holder in a very specialized degree. She graduated with honors. Her father was very proud of her. He made her a big party. And he said, now that you've graduated, I'm going to give you your income and I don't want you to work. So what does a young lady do like that? She believes in her father's advice and she believes in her father's guidance, but how can we take advantage of this valuable young woman by arranging some sort of program where she could really add value and not disrupt the family? So this is the whole thing, is how do we create the balance within the society, at least in the Arab world?
Can I just make a quick comment, May? I fully agree with you on our culture. I lived it. I had the same parents, similar to yours. However, the culture in the West was not advantageous to women. So if we're saying this is only a Saudi Arabia, GCC, MENA region phenomenon in our culture, having the woman more at home or being the main caretaker, I think again COVID, but even before COVID, the numbers in the West are proving this is also the culture in the West, that the woman is the main caretaker of her elderly parents, of her children, and of everybody. So there is a lot of similarity, although I agree with you about the tree and the roots and all of that. But there is similarity. It's just universal.
Thank you, ladies. Janin, I would love for you to talk us through the motivators that drove you to launch your diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative at your school.
Well, firstly, I wanted to go about dispelling the myth that men have no place in pushing forward gender equality. Because I think when we started, around maybe 2% of our members were male. And that's not because men are inherently wired not to want to push forward this issue or men just don't care. It's because men have this idea that, okay, this is a female issue, doesn't concern me. And I know just before this, we had a panel of wonderful men who were very proactive in their approach to helping push forward gender equality. So I wanted to show young men that, yes, you do have a voice here, you do have a role here, and we want your help, we need your support. And I also believe that these ideologies, these harmful ideologies that are holding us back, they start from a very young age, and they're very underlying. And I feel as though sometimes you may not even know that your belief system is harmful until you really do take a step back. So I wanted to go about dispelling them very early on so they don't go and trickle down into leaders, into organizations, into various other structures. And I think that really was my main motivator, just helping everyone understand that you had a role in pushing this issue forward, and that sense of education and enlightenment that is going to fuel our initiative, essentially.
And can you perhaps talk us through the lessons that you've learned along the journey that would benefit the workplace?
Certainly. So firstly, I think, and this is crucial, I think we need to go about, and I know we spoke about quotas earlier, we need to go about employing women not because we want to meet a quota, but because we genuinely acknowledge that women have their own unique strengths. And I think a lot of the time, while quotas can be wonderful, wonderful ways to set attainable goals and attainable, measurable little targets, I think at times it actually worsens the issue because we're saying, hey, we're objectifying women once again. We're making them objects. We're putting them in front of cameras to make the male leaders look better. Look at him. He put a woman in this position of leadership. And it was funny. Me and May were talking about this before the panel. I was showing her this Twitter account that I found, and I think it's called like the Gender Pay Gap Bot. And essentially, it retweeted a lot of organizations who were tweeting about International Women's Day. And it retweeted those organizations, and it exposed the gender pay gap within them. So you have organizations, all their women are in a photo, all smiley, all happy. And they're all, happy International Women's Day. And then they retweet them saying, the gender pay gap in this company is 60% between women and men. And I think that baffled me. And especially because most of these organizations were education organizations. Like, these are the leaders who are meant to be teaching us young people and, handing their knowledge to us. And it really did worry me. And I think that's what I've learned from starting this committee. We need to have genuine approaches, or else we're not going to get anywhere, and we're actually just going to make it worse and cover the issue in a bunch of fluff and a bunch of talk when really we do nothing.
That's marvelous. Nada, I have a question in two parts for you. From the lens of an executive coach, why would you say that leadership models and organization culture is significant in the role of women recognition? As well as, what transformation would you like to see happening in the workforce, in the corporate world?
I would say that leadership and our understanding of leadership is one of the biggest systemic barriers, actually, for women to be considered for leadership roles. Because we know today that when it comes to the entry level, men and women, of course it's based on the region and the country, but men and women are starting to become more equal in the entry levels. But what happens, and that when we go upper the ladder, that's where that gap happens. And a big part of that, other than mothering and the changes in life and the other responsibilities, is how would we understand leadership? We know that traditionally, because of the social roles that the women played and the men played, that women are considered more communal. So they care for the community, they are more collaborative, care for the emotions of others, look after others. And while men have been considered with more agency, they are more assertive, more competitive, more aggressive, they can direct more. There's a lot of stereotyping in this. And what happened is that because traditionally men were the leaders, we identified the role of leaders and the qualities that are needed with attributes that are more
masculine.
That are more masculine because of the traditional roles. Because I do believe fully that both men and women have access to both of those sets of qualities. So what happened with women is that women are in a double bind, what we call it. If they play their role, like if they play by the stereotypes of women where they are collaborative, they are looked at as weaker or not potential for leadership. And if they go and adopt a a masculine, and I say with quotes because it's a bit of a generalization, then women are also unappreciated because they are not playing the way that women are supposed to act. So when we revisit our understanding of leadership and who do we call a leader, I think systemically we will see more women rising without even having to push that. And we're not doing that just because we believe, we're not doing that for women. In reality, and I think Rana was talking about that, our understanding of leadership happened through the days of when, like the last 60 years, and mainly it came from the industrial world, where organizations were machines and human beings were also thought of as machines. So predictability, efficiency was really the main. We didn't care about innovation, we didn't care about learning, we didn't have that change that was happening all, I'm aware of the time. Yeah, so if you would ask me, what transformation needs to happen for both men and women is redefine leadership. It really annoys me when I see someone bullying others and is called a leader. And when I talk to some of the women, actually, and they say, oh, but we don't see ourselves as a leader, ask them why. And listen to the profile that they give you. These are not leaders for the future, whether men or women, because for innovation, for all the change that we are going to, this is not the quality of leaders that we need. So.
Can I comment a little bit on that? Just a quick comment.
Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. I'm sorry. Your passion, ladies, is commendable. And I wish that we had a cup of tea and that we could carry on, because you have all great contribution, all experts in your field, and it's been a wonderful conversation with you. To wrap up our panel, I would like to know if there are any white elephants that we are not talking about. As a final word.
That we're not talking about, I would say the unconscious bias that we all have. Because both men and women, and I'm talking specifically about leadership and our understanding, we have unconscious bias. And I've seen it even with women, where our perception of women that they are not leaders because they are kinder. So I think this is something that is addressed in the world, and I think someone mentioned it in a previous panel, but I think this is where we start. Organizations cannot grow beyond the consciousness of their leaders, and if we don't have our leaders address those unconscious bias, no matter how many policies we would have, we can't change that. So I think that's something that is very important.
My white elephant is overtraining women, undertraining men. Because whenever there is an initiative, we go ahead and put a budget for training women, stop doing that. Women come from the same system and everything. We should support men more on knowing what to do in inclusive behavior. And to the point of women waiting for the definition of leadership to change, which is a process, I think women should be familiar with these masculine traits and flex their style. And I can speak for hours of this. I want you choose when you want to have the feminine behaviors and when you need to be a bit more on the masculine.
Melanie, I can't not answer this. I won't.
I apologize, ladies. Time is very short. May, would you like to comment?
Okay, I thought the time was out. I would say women don't do enough to market themselves. She would apply for the job that's much less than what she is capable of doing. And men would apply for the CEO position. A woman would never apply for something like that. So we need to market ourselves more, because a woman does 100%, makes sure that she ticked all the boxes. Normally, statistically, men would submit their paper when they're 70% complete. So just go ahead and market yourselves.
Shannon.
I think my white elephant is, it's split into two parts. Firstly, microaggressions. So I know we've all had scenarios, if you're a woman in this room, you've had a scenario where somebody's used language towards you that it's just off. Somebody will say something condescending like, oh, like, they'll comment on your outfit, or they'll comment on the way that you work or your attitude or your behavior, and you'll just think to yourself, that's not right. And those, even if they're, and I think often in schools and other organizations, they're passed off as like, oh, those are just words, just jokes. But I think we need to tackle those, because that is telling of a much bigger underlying belief system. And I think going off of what May said as well, women undersell themselves. Like I mean, personally in my school, we have brilliant female students, but they will never put themselves up for positions where there's a lot of speaking or leadership or any of those really big, high-value positions, because they think, oh, well, I don't meet all the criteria, I'm just not going to apply. And then you've got men, young men, who are brilliant as well and talented, but even if they meet, let's say, 40% of the criteria, they're going to say, yeah, I'm going to do it. And I mean, we see it all over the world in political systems, too. Like, was Donald Trump really qualified to become president of the U.S.? Debatable, I don't know. But he applied anyway, and you should, too.
Thank you, ladies. Your passion is commendable. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, as we are approaching the end of our impactful summit, we have the great pleasure to hear from two esteemed guests, members of the UAE National Chapter of the Unstereotyping Alliance, on the impact of stereotypes in women's leadership journey, as well as from students of Zayed University on the elimination of bias and stereotypes in advertising and media. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Priya Sharma, Head of Sustainability at Unilever Gulf and the UAE National Chapter Private Sector Lead, for her to share the Alliance International Women's Day 2022 campaign, which is highlighting stories on women leaders and role models produced by Marie-Claire.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and I have to first start by saying it's been a long day, and thank you really for being here and staying around. I truly thought I was going to be talking to, to an empty room, so really appreciate you staying on. Before I start, I know the slide's already gone up. Could I just get a show of hands to see how many people have really heard about the Unstereotype Alliance? That's 2. And that's 3, and maybe 4 or 5. So that's great. I have a new audience to talk to, and that's always very exciting. So before we delve into the campaign, that we really want to showcase, I just want to take a precursor and introduce to you what the Unstereotype Alliance is really all about. So the Unstereotype Alliance was actually set up in 2017, and it was launched at the Cannes Lion in France in H1. And it's really a thought and action platform that seeks to unstereotype how we view gender using the power of media and advertising. Because I don't know how many of you are aware that while advertising reflects culture, it's very influential in making us perceive how we should see it also. So it really influences the way we actually end up seeing culture. And so what the Unstereotype Alliance really aims to do is, it aims to create a world where we will obviously have gender equality by addressing the biases that exist and unstereotyping how we view gender. So it's really a platform that is convened by UN Women, which has brought the industry together to help empower women in all of their diversity, while also addressing harmful masculinities. So it's not just focused on women, but what broadly they aim to do is address women firstly in all of their diversity. Gender is just one of them, but also address harmful masculinities. Now, the reason why unstereotyping is important is because stereotypes tend to be very pervasive and really very destructive, because they're based on very long-standing biases that have been inculcated in us in culture, and they set expectations in terms of how we need to behave merely because of probably the gender, place, wherever we've been born. And as a result, what they end up doing is that they really restrict the opportunity that we see and the way we see ourselves progressing. So it's very important that we tend to address them. And essentially what the advertising and marketing industry has decided is that we need to use the power of advertising to really help shape the world that we want to see it become. And one of the key reasons for this is that you will see out there 72% of men and women say most of the advertising that they see today doesn't reflect their world at all. And this is really, really bad news for advertisers and marketeers, because effectively the dollars that they're putting into advertising is of absolutely no use. Essentially, also, advertising must reflect the society around us, because otherwise, you know, we're not going to relate to the advertising that we end up seeing. And effectively, what the Unstereotype Alliance does is it aims to use the power of collective partnerships to achieve this, which is really SDG 17 at the end of the day. Because the only way we're going to be able to drive transformative change is if there is multi-sectoral support towards driving this vision. Now, there is always a business case, and that's the reason why the Unstereotype Alliance was really set up and is being led by the industry. And it's essentially because 70% of brand purchasing decisions are really made by women today. That's where the money lies. And like I mentioned, women today, and even men, they don't see themselves reflected in the advertising. There was a research, actually, as a precursor to the setting up of the Unstereotype Alliance, there was a research that was done, and effectively what consumers were saying is that the way you're showing either men or women is in such a singular dimension that we don't see ourselves reflected. Essentially, while I might be a housewife, I might be a mother, I am so much more. I have interests, I have aspirations, but I don't see any of that reflected in the advertising. Also, what we have seen over the years is that the more progressive advertising tends to have a much larger impact, and brands that put out such advertising do much, much better. So there is a very strong business case, and it was as a result of all of this that the industry decided to come together with UN Women to actually help drive change by addressing biases and unstereotyping how gender is viewed, especially by the media and advertising industry. Now, the UAE chapter of the Unstereotype Alliance was actually set up in November 2020 at the height of COVID, so we're very proud of this fact, and also due to the fact that we were the 5th local chapter to be set up globally, and which is a really amazing achievement. And our ambition really is to advance a more progressive portrayal of men and women in non-traditional roles, because what media tends to do today is showcase men as the breadwinners, women as the queen of the house. She's the one who's looking after the house, keeping the family well, keeping them happy, doing the cooking. But we really need to change this, and which is why what the UAE chapter aims to do is showcase women in non-traditional roles by proactively addressing these stereotypes and biases. And that's, again, members of the Unstereotype Alliance aim to do this not just through the media and advertising, but also at the back end in their workplace, because that's the only way we will be able to reflect it at the front end, through diverse thinking. So one of the reasons I'm here today is to showcase how we intend to do it. One of the ways we want to do this is by showcasing role models, women who have overcome biases and have actually risen to the top. We've been very honored to have been able to actually interview a few of them and get their views and how they've been able to overcome their bias and really be where they are today. So what we're really going to be showcasing is a very short trailer, but there is a call to action at the end of it. If you know of more women, and I'm sure we all know such women, such role models, then please do feel free to reach out to UN Women and highlight these women so that we can actually share them in our continued upcoming campaigns. Could we play the trailer video, please?
Discrimination, isolation, and self-doubt.
So what is the role that we need to play with regards to changing mindset of men?
Every time you speak your word, they say, she's emotional. But if the man says the same thing, they'll say he's aggressive.
The same people that made me feel that 15, 16 years ago are the people that are supporting me today in the industry.
You will need to be ready to be uncomfortable.
The whole gender inequality exists still today.
When it comes to media, the media industry as a whole hasn't been kind to women, especially the Arab media.
But how can we bring this experience I have now after so many years in the workplace, to our children, to the younger generation?
The responsibility lies upon the organization to kind of look, take into consideration women's circumstances.
Women are storytellers, we're born storytellers, so how can we not be telling stories? It just doesn't make sense.
So that, like I mentioned, was just a very short trailer that we've put together. This is going to be followed up by the interviews with these amazing women that you will get to see on social media if you are following UN Women. So please do follow them to get an insight into these amazing women's stories who are absolutely impeccable role models who have fought the real fight and are there today. Very, very interesting stories. But that was one part of it. The other way that we aim to drive change using the power of media and advertising is to engage the youth. The youth are the future of tomorrow. And it's very important that we engage them today in order to get them to see the problem and also devise the solutions. We've been really honored to actually work with Zayed University on this agenda. Zayed University is an ally to the Unstereotype Alliance in the UAE, and their students have actually developed 2 campaigns to address the issue of unstereotyping and biasing. So on that note, I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Ganga Danish, who is the professor at Zayed University. Dr. Ganga?
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the final session of the day on gender stereotyping in advertising and the workplace. And as I was listening to the very inspiring sessions just before us, particularly in the afternoon, I thought this was a great way to wind up what we have been hearing about the need for role models, for unstereotyping advertising, for inclusive workspaces and organizational cultures. So I'm Dr. Ganga Danish, Associate Professor and Associate Dean at the College of Communication and Media Sciences at Zayed University, and I'm here today with my master's students who are pursuing a master's in communication in our college. Before I start, I'd like to give a quick shout out to people who were instrumental in getting us here, primarily Priya Sharma and Noha Hefmi from the Unstereotype Alliance UAE chapter for letting the students engage with such a meaningful project that really resonated with them. I would also like to give a shout out to the ZU team that's present here, our Dean, Dwight Brooks, our immediate former Dean, Pamela Creedon, who's visiting us from the US, the Dean of Graduate Studies, Gail Duthler, faculty, Hilke Steenkamp and Inka Stever, and my students, Dalal, Aisha, and Mariam. And along with the students representing me, their parents are also here. So thank you so much for turning up to support us. So to give some context to what we are doing here, what are gender stereotypes and why are they important? Now, gender stereotypes are merely personal beliefs that certain attributes differentiate men and women. For example, it can be physical characteristics like men are taller than women, or the roles that they play, that men are providers and women are caregivers. Now, in and of themselves, these stereotypes are not necessarily harmful, but they do have some serious negative consequences, especially when they're perpetuated even more in advertising, particularly on women. such as it can be reduced self-confidence, it can be body dissatisfaction, it can even be, and I think worse still, restricted career opportunities. So a team of faculty at Zayed University actually conducted research on the topic in the GCC and the UAE, and we found that gender stereotyping was very much prevalent in TV advertising in the GCC. Of course, no surprises there. That women are mostly represented in homemaker roles or caregiving roles primarily. And just a minority of ads were starting to portray them in more occupational and non-familial roles. A bit more encouraging, I would say, was research in the UAE specifically that found that people here were more receptive to femvertising or the depiction of women in more empowered and non-traditional roles, while they are still not that ready for menvertising, which is depicting men in softer, maybe more caregiving roles. So here's what we did with the class. So we shared all this research with the class, and they were asked to focus on an issue that resonated with them really, really closely. And this is what they came up with. So this, to me, is the youth perspective. So the class came up with two campaigns. The first one is called What Women Are Made Of. The other one is Be Proud, Be You. I mean, honestly, what they came up with surprised me as well, because it was very interesting for me to see their take on gender representation. And they were questioning nuances of gender representation in terms of relatability to their generation. Be Proud, Be You talks about what we've been discussing in the afternoon, about the role of inclusive workplaces in nurturing female talent, and the need to further stress that being feminine shouldn't quite be denigrated or othered, but needs to be celebrated for being feminine as she is. So here it is presenting the youth perspective. I invite Moza to present the first campaign.
Welcome to our event today. I'm happy to present on behalf of my team today. We're addressing our issue. We're addressing our issue today that nowadays women in the UAE or in advertisements either shown as traditional housewives or breaking the glass ceilings in position of women of power and politics, sorry. But today, we are here to present the middle portion of women who actually achieve but not presented. We are here to let them know that they are acknowledged and valued. Those women who see those advertisements and do not relate to nowadays achievements, we are here to let them know that we can see them. We are targeting today Emirati women aged from 18 to 45. The purpose of our campaign is to highlight and let them shine. The purpose today is to let them know that to show the versatility of women and to impose more value to what they do and whatever they decide to do. I will leave you now with our campaign video. I hope you enjoy it.
في مدينة زايد يوم زرنا المستشفى ورأيت هناك بنات ما زوجن، لكن وحدة منهن مديرة ووحدة منهن مساعدة ومتلحفات وحاطات اللحاف على قلت لهم طيب أنت يمكن متلحفات اللحاف أنتنا الحين مديرات تديرن عمل وعملكن هذا يفتخر به والكل أنت انفخر. الحين شو قال بيشوفونكم الناس اللي يتكلمونهم؟ أنا ما أشوفكم. والوي مو بعورة. أظن ويوكم. تكلمن وأنا بكلمك. شوي كمان يبصن شوي. قلت له شوف أنا أنصحكم وأنصح خواتكم على العلم اللي يوديكن إلى عمل.
السلام عليكم.
مرحبا.
هاي.
هلو.
My name is Nofin Brook, and I am more than what advertisements showcase women to be. I work in Abu Dhabi Executive Office as a senior specialist in the Office of Corporate Governance. I've worked there for 10 years so far. I also am a co-founder of my own business called Florology. It's a floral boutique with a concept store and slowly turning into opening a cafe.
My name is Mariam Al-Mansouri. I am more than what advertisement showcase women. I joined the shooting team back in 2015, which was under the Fatima bint Mubarak Ladies Sports Academy. This achievement led me to my position now as acting head of technical support and training programs section at the Fatima bint Mubarak Ladies Sports Academy.
I am Sha'al Gbisi. I am more than what advertisement showcase women to be. I'm a current student at Zayed University. I'm majoring in business intelligence. I'm a member at Fatima bint Mubarak Academy in the volleyball team. And I am the owner of Zodiac Garden Flower Shop.
My name is Fatma Mansouri, and I am more than what advertising showcase women to be. I'm a member in the UAE Women National Hockey Team. I'm the owner of the Abaya brand Esoteric. I am preparing to open my new business, which is a bakery.
Women are made of strength and passion.
Women are made of dreams, hardships, and power.
Women are made of positivity, giving, and success.
Women are made of determination and bravery.
It's never too late to start. Once you have a dream, go for it. I'd like to thank the initiators of this campaign for giving me a chance to be part of this journey for all women and for enlightening other women to start. What about you? What are you made of?
From a woman to a woman, we are stronger together and we can do it. I'm so grateful to be part of this campaign and I wish you all the best. What about you? What are you made of?
I advise women my age to start drawing their way and take the risk. I'm so happy to be part of this campaign and help spreading this message out. This is me, so what about you? What are you made of?
I advise women to go after the dreams, no matter how hard the journey will be. I'm glad to participate in this campaign to encourage women to go after their goals. What about you? What are you made of?
Thanks to our ambassadors and role models for joining our event and joining our campaign. Before finalizing my presentation, I would like to say that What Are Women Made Of campaign poses a question without any wrong answers. I am Moza Ghazwan Habra and I am made of ambitions and determination. What about you? Thank you all for listening and thank you all for joining the event. I would like to invite my colleague Hanof to present the next campaign. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Moza. Hello, everyone. So today, I'm more than happy to present on behalf of my team, our campaign, which is Be Proud, Be You. So starting with the issue. So what's the problem that we want to address from our campaign? Sadly, in the eyes of the society, women, they are not a great manager compared to men. Although her ambitions are high, and she is capable of becoming a great manager, but there are obstacles in the way of the Emirati woman to become a leader. So one of these obstacles is that women, they are not perceived they are not perceived to be a very good manager compared to men in the eyes of both male and female co-workers. So men, they are seen by others as an ideal leader because they are assertive, dominant, and strong. While women, they are less likely to be seen as a manager. And that goes to their stereotypically feminine traits, which show them as a sensitive, emotional, cooperative, and nurturing. But in the real world, there are a great female manager and terrible ones, as there are a great male manager and terrible ones. Now, moving to the target audience. So our campaign is targeted at Emirati women managers or leaders who are taking a significant place or significant role in the society and especially in the workplace. So it tells them that it's all right to be yourself. A woman might have a different leadership style than men, but that's okay. You can be proud of who you are and be yourself. Then, what is the main goal of our campaign? So the purpose of the campaign is to normalize the idea that Emirati women, they are great leaders, and to create a mindset in which Emirati male employees seek to have the best manager, so no matter what the gender is. And now I would love to leave you with our campaign video. Please enjoy.
I am ambitious, driven, successful, and always aiming for the best. I am a leader, but they say I can be sensitive, emotional, weak, and perhaps a little too nice and caring. Yes, I can be emotional, but I am strong. And I know what I'm made of. And yes, sometimes I overthink things, but to be honest, I can't settle for anything less than perfect. I sometimes find it hard to say no. I am compassionate, but I have my limits. There's a beast hiding behind this friendly face. I am a leader, an influencer, but most of all, a woman. I am proud, and you should be too. Be proud. Be you.
So I would like to add something like, be proud, be you, no matter what you go through. So last but not least, I would like to thank our hidden soldier, Mariam El-Hamid, for her efforts in producing this stunning video. I would like to extend my special thanks for Dr. Ganga, our amazing professor, for giving us this unforgettable opportunity of being part of this event. And thank you all for joining us today. But remember that together we can create a better world for women that is equitable and supportive for ambitious women. Thank you.
These statements really say it all, and at UN Women, we really look forward to welcoming new members to the UAE National Chapter of the Under Stereotyping Allowance. Thank you for sharing such impactful stories and promising changes while reminding us that we all have a role to play. It has been my absolute honor to be your Master of Ceremony for this important summit. Our discussion today marks a renewed commitment to move the needle on gender equality in order to provide a sustainable future when girls and women can thrive. As United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres once said, Today, women's leadership is a cause. Tomorrow, it must be the norm. And now, for the final remark of this very important day, on behalf of Dr. Mursa Al-Sheikhi, Director of the UN Women UAE Liaison Office for the GCC, I'm pleased to welcome Noah Hefney, Senior Consultant Strategic Partnership at UN Women.
Hello, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today. And on behalf of Dr. Mursa Al-Sheikhi, our Director for the UAE Liaison Office for the GCC, I wanted to first express my deep gratitude to all of our esteemed panelists, speakers, who have shared a very rich discussion, extremely valuable insights on how we can advance progress on SDG5 and transform gender equality commitments into action. Thank you very much for being here with us, and for those who have traveled from the US, from Saudi, from Lebanon, thank you. This summit was of critical importance to UN Women in the UAE, as it sheds light on the critical role of the private sector in achieving real impact for millions of women in the region. So, in closing, we want to summarize and say that women have shown decisive leadership in steering their countries and communities through the pandemic. And whether as business owners, homemakers, or as health workers, women have been in the lead for the last 24 months, showing us the way forward. And as we ride out COVID-19 and the pandemic is passing, we must accelerate positive action to address long-standing inequalities and ensure an equal future for all. This is our shared responsibility and an opportunity that we should not miss, and it will only happen through the power of partnerships. Today, the case for gender equality is established. It is straightforward and makes perfect business sense. Women's economic empowerment and leadership opportunities drive growth for business, employees, investors, economies, and communities. When women remain jobless, economies lose important resources, recovery and sustainable growth slows down. By contrast, when companies are gender inclusive and gender diverse and responsive, everyone prospers, not just the women. And when women lead, companies grow. They attract diverse talents and expand market shares and performance. We must leverage our unique strengths and remove barriers to women's representation, promote gender diversity on corporate boards, local businesses, and in entrepreneurship. We must have policies in place at work to support governments in promoting gender equality, and to go beyond that into making it part of the DNA of our companies and culture, corporate culture. UN Women works very closely with the private and public companies to increase women's leadership through UN's Women through the Women Empowerment Principles and other initiatives in the UAE and worldwide. And having heard all of you today, there is no doubt that there's a great momentum that we must build on, and we all have a critical role to play to disrupt the inequitable practices and structures that limit women's economic participation. And for that, collaboration, concerted action, and partnerships amongst all stakeholders, locally, regionally, and global, is the only way forward. So thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we wish you an amazing evening. Thank you.